Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson,
Excused.
Exum, Fields, Gardner,
Excused.
Janal,
Excused.
Gonzalez, Hanson, Hinrichsen, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundin,
Excused.
Marchman, Moreno, Mullica,
Excused.
Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger, Lundin, Gardner,
I thought we were done.
Janal, Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 33 present, 0 absent, 2 excused. We have a quorum. Will the good senator from Newcastle please sing to us?
Out of respect for the pledge and respect for some of those that don't think I have that great a singing voice, please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of Wednesday, May the 3rd, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 4th, 2023, correctly printed Senate Bill 305 and 306, correctly engrossed Senate Bill 303 and 305, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 296 and 299, correctly revised House Bills 1060, 1086, 1199, 1215, 1242, 1254, 1255, 1270, 1285, 1287, 1288, 1293, 1295, 1297, 1303, 1304, 1306, and 1307, correctly re-revised House Bills 1013, 1088, 1107, 1133, 1138, 1158, 1192, 1210, 1214, 1222, 1245, 1247, 1252, 1267, 1268, 1280, 1286, 1292, 1299, and 1301, correctly enrolled. Senate Bills 1329, 35, 53, 67, 111, 153, 172, 174, 205, 249, 261, 266, 276, and 290.
Conference committees to report.
First report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1108 to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1108 concerning the creation of a task force to study victim and survivor awareness and responsiveness training requirements for judicial personnel and in connection therewith, making an appropriation as met, and reports that it has agreed upon the following: that the House accede to the Senate amendments made to the bill as the amendment appears in the re-revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted. House Committee Representatives Evans Chair, Duran and Froelich. Senate Committee Senators Hanson Chair, Winter F. and Gardner. First report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1002 to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1002 concerning the affordability of epinephrine auto-injectors and in connection with making an appropriation has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following: that the Senate recede from its amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill, and that the following amendments be substituted therefore respectively submitted. House Committee Representatives Mabry, Chair, Judah, and Weinberg. Senate Committee Senators Roberts, Chair, and Buckner. First report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1132 to the President of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1132 concerning the Court Data Sharing Task Force and in connection therewith making an appropriation has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following: that the House accede to the Senate amendments made to the bill as the amendment appears in the re-revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted. House Committee Representatives Snyder, Chair, Soper, and Byrd. Senate Committee Senators Fields, Chair, Gonzalez, and Gardner. First report of the First Conference Committee on, May 4, 2023, the Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 158 be referred to the Committee of the Whole, a favorable recommendation. House Bill 1017 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole, a favorable recommendation. House Bill 1041 be referred to the Committee of the Whole, a favorable recommendation. House Bill 1057 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1076 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1081 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1223 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1226 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration, House Bill 1240 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1269 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1283 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1290 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1291 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1296 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Chair. Special orders. Second reading of bills. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself. Withdrawn.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order for a moment for a tribute by the senator from El Paso County.
The motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Members, we commonly give tributes to our constituents and special groups for civic accomplishments or meritorious service, as we should. We also pay tribute to individuals who have led good, meritorious lives and have passed on. But what about the regular, ordinary citizens whose lives are tragically cut short? They receive no recognition. With this in mind, I'd like to read this tribute to Mr. Brian McDonald. The Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened the first regular session of the 74th General Assembly memorializes Brian McDonald. Brian McDonald was a kind and devoted son, brother, husband, and father whose life was taken in a senseless act of violence. Brian's passing has left a void in the hearts of his family and loved ones who have shown tremendous strength and resilience in the face of this tragedy. The Senate pays tribute to the life of Brian McDonald and the positive impact he had on his community and loved ones, condemns the senseless violence that took his life, and honors his memory by working to create a safer, more compassionate world where tragedies like this one do not occur. On request of Senator Larry Liston, given this 4th day of May, 2023, the state capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed by the President of the Senate, Stephen Finberg. Brian McDonald, members, was not a sports star, he was not famous, but he was a husband, a father, a son, and an honest, hardworking citizen whose life was needlessly cut short by a young thug. Mr. Brian McDonald was working late at night when he was robbed and then executed in cold blood by his executioner. When given a chance to say something at his sentencing, the thug's comment was, "I don't have anything to say." Brian's father, Robert McDonald, said the family would have preferred that the murderer receive the death penalty, but Colorado has abolished capital punishment. Now we are stuck feeding, clothing, and giving free health care to this young murderer for the next 60 to 70 years. Brian McDonald is emblematic of the many fine, decent Coloradans who are only minding their business, working hard, and getting little or no tribute for all they tried to do with their lives. This tribute is really for all of the Brian McDonalds who should be recognized and never forgotten. With that in mind, Mr. President, I just ask for a moment of silence for all of the Brian McDonalds that are out there.
The Senate will observe a moment of silence.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it.
Special orders. Second reading of bills. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special order, second reading of bills, and Senator Bridges will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the code rule is relaxed for everybody. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1249.
The motion is to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1249. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and we will proceed to 1249. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1249?
House Bill 1249, Representatives Armagost and Gonzalez Gutierrez, Senators Simpson and Coleman, concerning measures to improve outcomes for young children and by replacing justice involvement with community-based services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 1249.
To the bill, although I believe there's an amendment at the desk. Let me know when you want me to notice there's an amendment at the desk. Senator Coleman.
Thank you. There is an amendment at the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. I thought there might be. Somehow saw that coming. Will the clerk please read L207?
Amendment L207 by Senator Coleman, amend Ray and Gross Bill, page 13, line 15,
Senator
strike one.
Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move L207.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we heard concerns about using rebuttable presumption to address carve-outs for 10 to 12-year-olds. Therefore, we are removing the rebuttable presumption approach entirely. Instead, this amendment is a full carve-out, just like the current murder-homicide carve-out in the bill. Any of the cases below, which I will share, will immediately be sent through the juvenile justice system just as they are now. This amendment is in response to every story and hypothetical that was brought up in testimony and by stakeholders throughout this process. To address the concerns brought up, this amendment carves out three broad, important types of offenses committed by 10, 11, and 12-year-olds. The first is unlawful sexual behavior. When we first heard this bill on Monday, we talked about felony sexual assault. We heard and we agreed that we needed to go further into the behavior of young kids. Therefore, this amendment carves out all sex felonies, including all felony sexual assault and sexual assault against a child. In addition, violent crimes of serious bodily injury. This permits prosecution for serious assault, kidnapping, robbery, burglary, and arson if there is serious bodily injury to any victim. If someone gets seriously hurt, that child will now be held responsible in the justice system. Finally, attempted murder with a gun. We understood from our caucus, from our members across this chamber, that they want to ensure that a young child who shoots at someone and misses, or shoots up a school but doesn't hit anyone, will still be charged in the juvenile justice system. This amendment does that. Members, we run this bill with the intent to address children who find themselves in the criminal justice system or the juvenile justice system because of incidents taken out of proportion. When it comes to phrases like penetration, insertion, and yes, even contact, this amendment carves those things out when it comes to sexual assault. When it comes to whether or not a child intends to harm somebody fatally or seriously hurts them, we wanted to make sure that serious bodily injury was carved out. And lastly, the point made about attempted murder with a gun really hit home, because it is possible for a child to walk into a school with the intent to kill people, to shoot at someone, to not hit someone, or in the case of what happened with East High School, although that young man was 17, only injure someone. He could have killed him, and that was wrong. And our belief is, while that child may have been a victim at one point in his life, or was at the time, he also victimized an entire school and 2 individuals who were hit. And we don't believe that that child should simply go through just a restorative process, but that the current juvenile system where that child would go remains to be where he or she would go. So members, this is a very important amendment. And we know it doesn't get folks there. But for us, it was important that we made sure that we carved out those pieces and were very clear on these serious offenses that we believe are important for a 10, 11, and 12-year-old to still go through the juvenile justice system. We ask for an aye vote.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment's really important in trying to strike the right balance. We're talking about 10, 11, and 12-year-olds. We have this arbitrary line at 9-year-old right now that this doesn't apply to, and trying to make this incremental improvement that I believe will produce better outcomes, we'll have a safer society, and 10, 11, and 12-year-olds that don't belong in the criminal justice system remain outside of it, but those that commit heinous crimes like this are indeed now receive their due process through the criminal justice system. This is an important amendment, strengthens the bill, and ultimately leads to better outcomes. I ask for your support on L207.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the sponsors for this amendment. I've been in strong support of this bill, and you all have been on many journeys with me on making sure that we are protecting children that are in the position of sexual assault. And we just passed a bill yesterday, and I believe these 2 laws work together because both things can be true at once. that we need restorative justice in our discipline system. We need to make sure that we are not being punitive, especially to Black and brown children, and we can protect children from sexual assault. I think this amendment strikes the right balance. I think these bills work well together, and I look forward to protecting all of our children within our education system in a way that is fair and just, and I thank the sponsors for their work.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, just to clarify, I know we're not quite there yet, but given the passage of this bill, we will have to run cow amendments to strip rebuttable presumption that we initially put on in the bill, and that is coming at a later time.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I want to thank leadership and I guess the sponsors for doing this first thing this morning after I've had a good night's sleep so that I can discuss the juvenile justice system of Colorado in some detail as we go through the bill. L207 brings up a lot of thoughts when I heard we're going to put 1249 up first thing this morning. If you're in the minority, you don't know about those things. But that's okay. We've been trying to do it for 3 days while we were worried about property tax and wondering if other things would be introduced right across the desk last evening or whatever. You need to understand what L207 does, but the good senator from Denver came down here just a moment ago and said, oh yeah, need to, my words, not his, but basically, we have to do a cow on this now to remove the earlier amendment that we did for rebuttable presumption that was referred to as a carve-out at the time. Well, that was no carve-out. That was almost walking back what was in the bill in my mind. Now, I've heard a lot in the lobby, and I've been stopped along the rail and said, well, would introducing this lower the temperature on 1249? I mean, literally the words were lower the temperature on 1249, and I responded about this amendment. I said, I don't think it's a matter of the temperature. People are pretty civil with each other. It just doesn't make the bill acceptable. And we seem to be negotiating between the chamber and the lobby with this bill as it came to the floor. Not nearly 3 weeks ago, not some other time. So 207 represents one more incremental, well, maybe we'll do this. And each time I have said, you know, for the bill to ever be something that one could work with, you've got to remove whole categories, not just first-degree assault, not just first-degree kidnapping. I mean, levels of crimes and the problems that they present when committed by juveniles are not just murder, not just sexual assault, not just a lot of things. But let's see what it does. L207 says amend the re-engross bill. Well, I've got the re-engross bill. Kept this handy here. Page 13, line 15 says, Strike 1C. Well, what that line says is in Colorado Revised Statutes 19.5103, that's right here. We'll visit 19.2.5. Amend 1A introductory portion N5 and add 1C. Well, now we're going to strike 1C and insert 1C, 1D, 1E, and 1F. And then after page 13, after line 22. Now, what's going on there is this is the jurisdiction of the juvenile court. 19.2.5103 says, except as otherwise provided by law, the juvenile court has exclusive jurisdiction in proceedings. We're going to be leaving concerning a juvenile 13 years of age or older who has violated, is accused of violating. My apologies for interrupting myself.
Please silence your cell phones, colleagues.
Thank you. Should be fined appropriately.
$1 million. Just kidding.
So, what the bill's doing is it's still lowering this, or raising the floor to 13. It's just going to say, well, concerning a juvenile 10 years of age or older who is accused of an offense, and by the way, with the deepest respect to the drafter of this bill, these amendments and the way that they start getting put into this bill rather than just doing a strike below or striking whole portions, it really does start to become badly structured, unavoidable when we do things like this. So, I mean, we start out and we take all of it away with respect to 10 to 13-year-olds, and then we go, but, concerning a juvenile 10 years of age or older who is accused of an offense of unlawful sexual behavior, we've broadened that, as defined in section 1622.102, that would be a felony if committed by an adult. Why not just say concerning a juvenile 10 years of age or older who is accused of an offense that would be a felony if committed by an adult? Now, that would be an appropriate carve-out. We would say that any time a juvenile 10 to 13 commits an offense that would be a felony, there would be jurisdiction. Now, I understand the proponents say, well, you know, you might get some things that are felonies that, you know, you sweep a juvenile into the system. Well, we'll talk about that a little later this morning, maybe early afternoon. Then we get concerning a juvenile 10 years of age or older who is accused of committing one of the following crimes, but only if. So we don't carve those crimes out altogether. We have a but only if. So when stakeholders and proponents say that, well, we're trying to make this bill palatable to those of you who object to this because you have concerns about juveniles who have serious issues and can't be dealt with through diversion, can't be dealt with in all of these mechanisms that we have. We're only going to do it, though, only if the juvenile's intentional conduct directly resulted in serious bodily injury to a victim. Now, that's an interesting thing because we have this in the criminal law where the level of the crime is tied to the result, not to the state of mind. I mean, all crimes require some state of mind, and the worse the state of mind, the worse the crime. But then we have other things that we say, well, resulting in. That seems a little wide of the mark in the juvenile system because we're trying to deal with the juvenile and their level of offense, their level of conduct, probably it's better to say level of conduct, and what their mental processes are. If they luck out and they intend to cause serious bodily injury, but they don't cause serious bodily injury, well, oh, we can't move them out. But that didn't change their conduct. It just means they were lucky enough not to have killed somebody that day or put them in danger of the risk of their lives. First-degree kidnapping, but only if it results in serious bodily injury. So if they hold a gun to someone's head and they never pull the trigger and they never, use the gun as a club, they just hold a gun on someone while they hold them hostage in a classroom someplace, or another kid at home or an adult, as long as it doesn't result in serious bodily injury, well, okay. Aggravated robbery, but only if the juvenile's intentional conduct resulted in serious bodily injury. Burglary, first-degree arson. So think about the first-degree arson. A child, 12 years old, because I want to tell you, if you look at the numbers of cases that are affected by this, it turns out that there's like about 0 involving 10-year-olds. And there's only a very small number involving 11-year-olds. But for those of you who are parents, you'll understand this. You hit 12, and those numbers go like this. Go like this. So the 12-year-old decides, I'm really angry at, I don't know, the lady next door who doesn't let me play ball or kept my ball, or, it might all be terrible stuff. Maybe the juvenile's been treated badly. I'm going to burn that house down. Now, I don't know if any of you, probably many of you though, like I have had constituents who have lost homes to fire in our wildfires in this state. I have to tell you, my experience with those folks has been that it is like losing a family member to have your home burned to the ground. Now, if you say to them, well, what was it like to lose your home? They all say, and this makes sense, thank goodness we all got out alive, but we have to tell you it's upset our lives, we lost everything, et cetera.
Senator Gardner, you're generally very good at staying to the bill, so I'm having trouble following how this is to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. So if people were not paying close attention, I need to back up and explain.
We're
talking
talking
about
L207.
We're talking about first-degree arson, and first-degree arson involves the loss of a home by fire. And so I was talking, Mr. Chair, to what the effects of losing a home by fire might be when no one is injured. I'm sorry, I mean, some of my thinking as a simple country lawyer is somewhat nuanced. I think it's probably because I had to struggle through law school twice in order to reach the point that I am today. So I'll really try to go into more detail.
Thank you, Senator Gardner.
So, first-degree arson, as I was explaining, you know, the harm done by first-degree arson, as I was talking about the wildfires, what I've personally learned about this, and when I look at first-degree arson and say, but only serious bodily injury, I think, well, if you have a 12-year-old who burned someone's house to the ground, but luckily everybody got out, okay. But not okay. I mean, this amendment, when I saw that one, I just ran the list and I go, first-degree arson? As long as there was no serious bodily injury and someone lost their home and everything in it, maybe they lost their pets, but that's not serious bodily injury to lose your puppy dog. One of our members brought her canine children with her today because she loves them. I assume because she loves them so much. But there would be no serious bodily injury if you burned the house to the ground with all the mementos, a lifetime of possessions, your family history, and everything. You know, that's not something that would be accepted here. And F, concerning a juvenile 10 years of age or older who is accused of an attempt of first-degree murder pursuant to 183102, et cetera, if the child personally used or discharged a firearm to further the charged crime. Okay, so if the child was accused of attempted first-degree murder with a knife that they held to someone's throat, but didn't inflict any serious bodily injury because the person who has the knife to their throat is probably very inclined to be very still. I mean, it reminds me, and this is to the bill, Mr. Chair, as to relative harm, and I can only explain this. Some years ago, when I was on the Criminal Justice Act panel for the federal courts, I took appointments to defend criminal defendants. And I know that'll come as a surprise to many of you, but I did, and I found that to be challenging and rewarding work. I had a defendant one time who was with a group of people who committed, and he was 19, he wasn't a juvenile, but had it been a year and a half earlier, and that could have happened, there was a juvenile involved with this group. He took a gun into a bank and brandished it around and told the tellers to he watched too much TV, so he told them to get on the floor.
Senator Gardner?
And he later told me, well, you know, the gun wasn't loaded, and I said he was my client, but I was trying to get him to understand why.
Senator Gardner, the story of the individual that you represented was a criminal defendant?
Indeed.
Senator
Indeed.
Gardner,
and there were
this bill is in regards to juvenile adjudications, and we are on L207.
Well, in fact, thank you, Madam Chair, because L207 is talking about serious bodily injury, and I was using the example. And as I said, while the defendant was an adult, there were others that were juveniles who engaged in the exact same conduct. And the terror that they inflicted, the damage they inflicted on the victims of these crimes, said the prosecutor, and I understand properly so, was terrorizing them. And yet there was no serious bodily injury. And yet here in L207, we're having a, quote, carve out. Well, it's sort of a surgical incision that's being stitched back up to make sure that we don't lose too much. So I had the rapt attention of the good senator from Denver, who's a sponsor earlier, and I don't know if I can get answers to these questions, but the changes from this amendment on their surface, as you've seen, are really similar to what's already occurring in juvenile law for 10 to 12-year-olds. I mean, prosecution and detention can only occur for felonies and certain gun-related offenses. But the amendment's not consistent because the amendment also requires an intent to commit serious bodily injury because that's in the elements of these crimes. And that the serious bodily injury occurred. And that's the, that's the problem here. If the juvenile commits arson, knowing someone's in the home, and the home burns to the ground, but thank goodness the occupants of the home are able to escape, well, that juvenile is sent off to the collaborative management program, and oh, no harm, no foul. I mean, I asked of stakeholders who said, well, what could we do to this bill? I asked and said, well, I wouldn't have a lot to say if you removed whole categories without regard, but we keep taking a little more so we can strip off a vote, and people say, oh, okay, well, I'll be a yes. Why are we including the intent to commit serious bodily injury? Well, I think we're including the intent to commit serious bodily injury because we know that a juvenile who has that kind of an intent has serious issues, and there are issues that may need to be dealt with by the juvenile justice system. You know, this amendment doesn't include attempts, but if the question really is, we don't deal with juveniles as criminals, we have juvenile adjudications. And the intent of the juvenile justice system itself is to bring the juvenile to a stage in adulthood that they don't have criminal justice programs. I mean, if you look at the current legislative declaration and what this amendment is doing, and I'll visit that legislative declaration earlier in the afternoon. You know, this carve-out of 207 sort of ignores the realities. A crime is committed when someone commits a voluntary act prohibited by law, together with a certain state of mind. I mean, that requires mens rea, state of mind, and an act. But the act could be simply an attempt. Because after all, if we're dealing with what kind of help and what kind of resources do we need in a juvenile case, we ought to be even more so than with adult prosecutions. We ought to be dealing with the question of what is the issue with the troubled juvenile. So there are other states of mind that might be included, but this amendment limits them. You know, for instance, we had a bill, and I've had a bill this year, 23-249, that creates the crime of false reporting of an emergency, swatting. And that was thought to be serious enough that two senators, one from each side of the aisle, ran that bill with broad support. Now, swatting is a kind of a crime, a kind of an act.
Senator Gardner, please, back to 207. Back to 207. Thank you.
So, I don't see that crime anywhere in this amendment. And yet, it is the kind of act that a juvenile, more than even older people, adults, are inclined to commit. Swatting to get even, swatting to get out of school, swatting to cause disruption and chaos at the school. And yet, that crime's nowhere here. It's not one of the things that we say 10 to 13-year-olds need to be dealt with. And yet, we dealt with the crime very seriously here. The bill itself, and this is important to know with relation to the amendment, the bill eliminates automatic protection orders and requires the victim to proactively seek a protection order where we've not had a carve-out, or where we do. So do the carve-outs cover the violations of the protection order themselves? They don't. It seems to me that if we're going to require the victim to do more steps to protect themselves, then we should also make sure we can enforce the protection order. But that's not what this amendment does. I mean, it leaves all of that open. Now, maybe the sponsors are willing to entertain that. I don't know, but it is part of the problem of dealing with this bill and amendments on the fly, when in fact it begins to look like carving away and negotiation by second reading occurrence and discussion. You know, one thing about this amendment, this is the carve-outs, and so the reason I speak to some other things that aren't on the face of the amendment is the question is, why aren't they there? Bias-motivated crimes. There's no carve-out for bias-motivated crimes. Harassing or assaulting someone because of their race, their gender, their ethnicity, their body type. Those things don't result in serious bodily injury, and yet this body and our sister chamber, I don't refer to it as the lower chamber, our sister chamber have dealt with bias-motivated crimes as very serious matters. We have said things like bullying, when it's bias-motivated, it's more serious. That's always puzzled me, but that's a story for another day. It's confusing that we're trying to prevent harassment, but don't carve out serious bias-motivated crimes here. I mean, as long as the bias-motivated crime, no matter how vicious, no matter how disruptive, no matter how much of an attack on another, if it doesn't cause serious bodily injury, then it goes to the collaborative management program and it doesn't have anything to do with juvenile justice. I mean, for instance, I think all of you have seen and heard and read about the cases where someone has been harassed about their appearance, about their race, about their gender, to the point of suicide. A viciousness level that is incredibly disturbing. More disturbing than if a kid engaged in, what does it say in 207? Let me refer back. You know, maybe more disturbing than if a kid engaged in first-degree burglary. I don't know. We could discuss that and debate that. We could refer that to CCJJ if we have one. But just in terms of consistency of this body and its sister chamber and the General Assembly, you would think that we would consider that to be conduct that needed to be treated in the juvenile justice system. I think that's open to discussion, but the reality is that I go by the conduct and past votes of my colleagues, and the way they consider this, I've led to believe that this is something that ought to be in 207. And then the problem is here, there's always questions about serious bodily injury. I think you know there's been a bill about serious bodily injury this year, about when is something serious bodily injury, because a lot of people want medical proof about serious bodily injury, you know, that it's a threat to life or limb, in essence. And so something happens, and law enforcement's called, and a juvenile's involved, and if it's a juvenile offense, law enforcement has the authority to detain. But if it's not, all they can do is say, well, here's a piece of paper. I'm referring you to the collaborative management program. Well, they don't know whether there's intent nor whether there's serious bodily injury. I mean, after all, what does the amendment say? It says, concerning a juvenile 10 years of age or older who is accused. Well, that sort of creates a structural problem in the bill, because I guess you could accuse, law enforcement will be inclined to accuse more and more people. Rather than making a referral, they will say, well, if we have the slightest hint of probable cause, we can accuse, we can fill out the charge sheet and let somebody else sort it out. Whereas today, they would deal with that and let someone else deal with it. So that's the other problem with the so-called carve-outs. How will law enforcement know if they can arrest someone at the scene? I mean, after all, when the house burns to the ground, maybe it's an apartment building, but the firefighters are still searching the building. And some people are unaccounted for, but nobody knows whether they were away or in the building. I mean, law enforcement shouldn't themselves determine serious bodily injury at the scene. They should detain the suspect, the offender, in this case a juvenile, and let that decision be made by elected prosecutors who by the way, I think the good senator from Denver in a past debate on this bill said, you know, elected prosecutors, that they're going to be the ones making decisions. You know, all homicides that, you know, they're homicides because someone is dead, can be prosecuted, but only attempted first-degree murder when there's an intent to kill another and after deliberation. That means you got to have a plan. So, or with extreme indifference to the value of human life and a firearm was used. So, while this didn't, and I want to call this out, that this example in the press recently involved 18-year-olds. It just as easily could have involved younger people. In fact, maybe more likely to do so. A 12-year-old who decides to throw rocks off the side of the bridge on the cars that pass under. And it turns out that a colliding rock in a car windshield with a driver behind it results in people being killed. Now, it'll only be with homicides or attempted homicides, rather, when there's an intent to kill another after deliberation and a firearm was used. Or would that be extreme indifference when the 12-year-old takes that big rock and drops it off the side of the bridge? Is that extreme indifference? I would say so. But there wasn't a firearm used, so you can't put that into the juvenile justice system, even though that's serious stuff, and that's extreme indifference. People get hurt, they get killed.
Again, Senator Gardner, the bill is in regards to young people under the age of 12.
Indeed, Madam Chair.
Examples that you have been providing have been outside of the title of this policy because they have either concerned adults in the criminal justice system, juveniles above age 12. We are on Amendment 207, which pertains to 10 to 12-year-olds. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to explain that. Indeed, the real-life examples that I have cited involved adults, but as I noted in my discussion, and those were used as examples of the harm that an instrumentality other than a firearm can be used, and my hypotheticals that I discussed with Madam Chair and this body, my hypotheticals involved what if a 12-year-old did that act. So my examples are only what happens when you use a rock on a windshield with somebody driving, and yeah, the ones that happened most recently were adults, and as I said, it's not a very far stretch to realize that a 12-year-old might drop a rock over and cause that kind of damage. I only cite the current examples because some might say, well, that wouldn't cause that kind of harm, would it? Well, there's the real-life examples out there where they did, and if they were done by a 12-year-old, and there are other examples, I suppose if we take a senatorial 5 hours, I can find you multiple examples of people under the age of 12 dropping bricks and rocks off the side of a bridge onto cars, and doing so with extreme indifference, but it's not a firearm, so it won't be an example. Or when the victim is under 12 and the person was in a position of trust over the victim, so I suppose this is the 12-year-old babysitter, and a firearm was used, only when a firearm is used. That makes no sense to me. It should be about the state of mind, and it should be about the conduct. So, Amendment L207 has significant gaps. I mean, for instance, we only have first-degree murder here in 207, but second-degree murder is when you knowingly cause the death of another, but you don't plan it ahead of time. You know, I begin to think that that's rather intentional because the thing that a 12-year-old is more likely to do, in my experience, is do things impulsively. So, a 12-year-old who picks up a firearm, gets angry, picks up a firearm. It's a reason one should be very careful about access to firearms, by the way, as I do with my family and my household. But not so many. And you read all the time about a 12-year-old who, or even younger, who picks up a firearm and shoots a parent, shoots a brother, shoots a sister, shoots a friend. But if they didn't do so with a deliberate plan and only did so impulsively, then we're not going to invoke the juvenile justice system, even though there was a death. Why, as I've said earlier, with the examples that Madam Chair was so kind to distinguish between when done by an adult and when done by a 12-year-old, why is it that a first-degree murder with any other weapon, a bat, a brick, a knife, why are they not crimes that ought to be included in those treated by the juvenile justice system? Why should they not be carved out? I mean, why is it that it's only a firearm? After all, I think I would argue that picking up a firearm and pulling the trigger impulsively may be less of a deliberate state of a mind than picking up a knife and walking across the room and holding it on someone, maybe. And why isn't basic kidnapping included? Kidnapping where the instrument is a knife. Let me look here. Why isn't kidnapping part of that? That's very serious. The robberies, aggravated robbery here. So if a robbery occurs but no one's injured, that isn't carved out. And yet, a group of 12-year-olds, maybe it probably would be a mixed group, a 15-year-old, 16-year-old, and the last one tag along is a 12-year-old. And because he's the smallest, can crawl through the window, they get him to do that. Why is that not part of the juvenile justice system? I mean, maybe there are arguments for why it shouldn't be, but the amendment raises the question. What if a firearm's displayed but not used? What if the robbery is a car? What if the 12-year-old steals the car? And to go more deeply into the serious bodily injury question, if someone acts with intent to cause serious bodily injury, but, as I say, the victim, quote, gets lucky because it's just a skin scratch, the victim jumps back and avoids it. Why is that any better? I mean, are we less concerned about the need to have that juvenile supervised and given probation and treatment simply because the injury didn't result in the injury that the young person intended it to? What about retaliation against a witness? You say, well, how would that happen? Well, a group of 12-year-olds, one of them goes and does something very serious and very heinous. They all know each other. They're in the neighborhood together, and the 12-year-old who did the very serious thing has a couple of witnesses against him. But by the way, maybe the events would be those that would put the juvenile into the system if that witness was questioned. What if that 12-year-old who was willing to burn down a home or was willing to use a firearm, willing to engage in aggravated robbery, what if he tells the 10-year-old, if you do that, you won't live? Now, kids say lots of things, but nevertheless. Would a 12-year-old, what I'm asking is, would a 12-year-old be able to intimidate a witness for another crime, to another crime? I mean, we know that 12-year-olds are capable of serious acts. They're small in numbers, but these things are serious and need to be addressed. That's what the juvenile justice system, and along with collaborative management program, is about, collectively, together.
What about harassment or violence against an at-risk person, a grandparent, or even a more likely case, another 12-year-old who has intellectual or developmental disabilities? We haven't considered those. There are all sorts of potential aggravators here that I've talked about that aren't part of the carve-outs, which is why I said, with respect to the carve-outs, we need to be broader in what we're describing, because there are all sorts of little fact patterns here that even just standing here one can think of, and they happen. I don't think of them because I have a fanciful imagination. I think of them because I read them in the newspaper more than once. Here's an interesting one. You know, it turns out that children, juveniles, who abuse animals are known as being criminals as adults. And yet, we haven't carved that out, and yet some sort of aggravated abuse of animals is such a warning sign that we ought to consider that as part of the carve-out. And you know, what's really interesting to me, more like astounding, is how little consideration the carve-outs have given to issues of school safety. Well, I mean, what happens if a kid brings his gun to school? And maybe there's an underlying threat, but nothing happens. Thank goodness. That scenario happens several times. It happens more than the result, thank goodness. But we read about it and hear about it all the time. A kid brought a gun to school. It was discovered by a teacher. Someone said something to a school resource officer, if the school board was wise enough to have school resource officers. What if a kid brings a gun to school and points it at someone but doesn't shoot? I don't know. What about the same kid bringing the gun to school, has the intent to shoot, but he or she's not very good with firearms and shoots it and misses? No serious bodily injury. What if it's later determined, even if the bullet goes whizzing by, physician says there's no serious bodily injury? And finally, what happens if a law enforcement officer makes the wrong call in the moment as to what is or isn't? Members, L207, I mean, it's not that I urge a no vote on it. It's like so many other things that we have here in the second reading on amendments. It doesn't go far enough. It doesn't meet the concerns and objections of those of us who believe that the juvenile justice system has an important role to play in these cases. Not for every case, but that's a decision that those elected district attorneys that the good senator from Denver talked about the other night about electing them and residing trust, and do you elect the right one? And I believe we've elected the right one in my jurisdiction, but I don't know about other jurisdictions, but I don't live there, you know? And obviously the majority of those citizens do believe that they elected the right person. At least on election day, they thought they elected the right person. And the juvenile justice system resides a great deal of trust in those elected officials. I suggest to you, rather than this bill and this amendment with its carve-outs telling DAs what they must do, in essence, we ought to go back to the beginning, look at a new bill, refer this matter to the CCJJ, or, you know, a Juvenile Justice Reform Commission like we had before, that'd be okay. And decide what the carve-outs ought to be, or how do we deal with cases and how do we structure it. Because I can tell you, having served on the Juvenile Justice Reform Commission, different than the CCJJ, as we tried to deal with outcomes and improve outcomes for juveniles, I spent a lot of time on that. I was very proud of the work we did. I learned a lot about the juvenile justice system. And I learned a lot about how those who are involved in the system need not to have carve-outs about what they can and can't do that are in some very finite, narrow way, but rather a range of options to deal with those circumstances. So, vote yes, vote no on L207. It just doesn't address the problem. Thank you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're here to discuss L207. 207. And appreciate that this amendment's coming forward, because as stated by the good senator from Denver, that we are now carving out all unlawful sexual behavior, all sexual behavior is what I heard. I was trying to write down fast notes. Serious bodily injury and murder with a gun. So, and it's concerning a juvenile 10 years of age or older who is accused of an offense of unlawful sexual behavior. And then it says which sections it's defined in. I don't know what that is. I didn't go look it up. First degree assault, as described in 18-3-202. First degree kidnapping, second degree kidnapping, aggravated robbery, first degree burglary, first degree arson. Well, I think we're starting to get someplace, maybe. Maybe a little bit. I mean, this sounds good that we're going to carve all this stuff out. That is, I guess, I suppose, if you have no idea about the limitations of the collaborative management program or the child welfare system. Because for those of you, just in case you need a little bit of a refresher here, because we haven't heard this bill and we were all stuck on how people really weren't going to get a property cut, how we were going to take away our TABOR refunds, and now we're here talking about 1249. So this is, just so we remember, This is saying that a juvenile age 10, 11, or 12 comes into contact with law enforcement or does not comply with the civil protection order. The bill requires the juvenile to be referred to the local collaborative management program. So 207, which I guess we're going to have to do a cow on and do some other changes to get to where we're trying to get to with this amendment, is carving out a few more offenses. It's carving out a few more. But there's still a bunch of them that will be going to being referred to a local collaborative management program. And if you recall, I talked a little bit about collaborative management programs. That, again, the intent of the legislation is to encourage collaboration. That's what CMPs do. Collaborative management programs, which we all call CMPs, is to encourage collaboration among community partners with children and youth involved in multiple systems. CMPs are required to serve the 10 to 12 population currently, just not ones that are supposed to be going to the Juvenile Justice Center. And and we're going through all this, and as I'm reading through reports and getting more information from district attorneys, do you know that in the last 10 years, they did a study? They went back and looked. In the last 10 years, four children have entered into the Juvenile Justice Center system. 4. 3 children that were age 12. In 2013, 1. In 2017, 1. In 2019, 1. That's 3. 1 child that was age 11 in 2013. So over the last 10 years, and again, these are facts that I'm getting from the District Attorneys Association and from their reports that they put together all the time. 4 kids. That's because we've been using juvenile diversion. We haven't been sending 10-year-olds. We've sent 1 11-year-old and 3 12-year-olds in the last 10 years to the juvenile system. Yet here we are with a bill where we've got to have carve-outs, still leaving a bunch of other serious offenses. Here we are with a bill that says, gosh, we're going to try and carve out a few more for you, but the rest of these kids that are creating these other very serious offenses, they're going to go to your collaborative management program, whether you like it or not. A collaborative management program that is set up for prevention, not intervention. It's not set up for intervention. That is not what the collaborative management program does. So we will still have kids who attempted first-degree murder with maybe a knife or a bat. That's not covered in the carve-out. Maybe it was an 11-year-old who decided to burglarize a home, and he assaulted someone, but it doesn't result in serious bodily injury. They're not going to juvenile diversion. There are no consequences. They're going to collaborative management. Maybe. Maybe. Or maybe they're just going home. No consequence. Because they got plenty of time to decide whether or not, if you read through the bill and the amendments, they have plenty of time to decide whether or not they want to go through the juvenile system and go through the court system. Or maybe they want to go over to the collaborative management, but they don't really want to go there, so they don't do anything there. They don't follow up on any plans, if there are any plans. Their parents don't participate. So then we're back to, maybe they got to go back to the juvenile system, or they just go home. It's really not clear here. I mean, I think there's this idea that somehow they may end up in the child welfare system, but the answer on that is no. No, they don't. And no, we don't want them there. And I doubt that their parents want them there. But no, they do not end up in the child welfare system, because there are criteria that have to be met. But this bill And this amendment, who carves out some really horrible things, so thank you for that. Again, like I said, I suppose I should be happy about it. But all of these other crimes, that are out there, like maybe it's an assault on an elderly person or a developmentally disabled child, intellectually disabled child or person that doesn't result in serious bodily injury. They're not going to diversion. They're probably not really even seeing any true consequences to what they've done. We're going to try and send them to a collaborative management program that is a preventive program that was put in place from 2004 to keep kids from the child welfare system. The collaborative management program doesn't have area of expertise for this. Heck, they don't even have area of expertise for a dependency and neglect case. So here we are, just trying to carve out more stuff. Maybe this is a good indication. I mean, we're on Amendment 207, trying to carve out more stuff. Maybe this is a good indication that maybe we need to step back. In fact, there was a previous amendment that said, gosh, we're not even gonna enforce this or make this happen. We're not even gonna have this happen until two years out. Another 2 years. Well, if we're gonna take another 2 years to decide how do we change the whole collaborative management system that's been in place for nearly 20 years, because now we've got to change it because somebody thought those 4 kids in the last 10 years is enough of a case for us to change everything we're doing in child welfare, everything that we are doing to try and keep kids out of the child welfare system. You know, this started as a pilot in 2004. We said, let's go figure this out. Let's see if we can get all of these mandatory partners, all of these partners to the table.
Senator Kirkmeyer?
Yes.
We are on L207.
I got it. Thank you. 2007, where we're carving out some things, but we're not carving out a whole bunch of list of other things. And the result is, if you still vote for 207, there are still a whole bunch of other laws, other offenses that are horrible offenses that are going to send kids to a CMP. So this amendment does not go far enough. And if I have to keep saying that every 5 minutes, I will, so you make sure that I'm talking about this amendment not going far enough. This amendment does not go far enough. This amendment still allows kids who have assaulted an elderly person, someone with developmentally or intellectually disabled that doesn't result in serious bodily injury, still going to a CMP, still trying to interject them into the child welfare system where they don't belong. Do we know what the child welfare system is supposed to be doing? It's to ensure that children are safe from abuse and neglect. It's not for perpetrators. It is not for children who created these other offenses. So thank you. Thank you for carving out a few in L02 and L207. In the 207th amendment to this bill. Thank you for carving them out. You didn't go far enough. And we're doing all of this. We're carving out these areas because 4 kids, 3 of them age 12, 1 age 11, found themselves in the juvenile system, the juvenile justice system. And they date back to 2013. The last time a child was sent to the juvenile justice system that we didn't send them to diversion, 2019. One child. So L207 doesn't go far enough. It doesn't carve out, what if that child has been cruel to animals? What if he's killing the next door neighbors and all the neighbors' dogs and cats? You know that's the first sign of a sociopath, right? First sign. But hey, let's not worry about it. Let's not get them into diversion. Let's not have any consequences, because we're not going to carve them out in 207. We're not carving them out in 207. We're letting them go about their way, take their time, figure out if they want to be over here in the courts. Maybe they want to go to CMP for a while. Maybe if they can figure out how to get a oversight committee put together. Maybe. I mean, we had one amendment that said that the Department of Human Services could let a mandatory partner off the hook, so they don't even have to show up. But we only want to carve out certain things. We've carved out a few things. The other night, I think that was like 2 nights ago. Was that 2 nights ago, or was that last week? We carved out certain sexual offenders, certain sexual behaviors, certain sexual assaults. So here we are today. Apparently we're carving them all out. Thank you. Thank you. We're carving them all out in 207. 207 doesn't go far enough. 207 says that if the kid burglarized a home and assaulted someone in that home but didn't cause serious bodily injury, they're not carved out. They're not carved out. It says we're not carving them out because we think they should go to a collaborative management program. But remember, we had that other amendment that said we're going to work on this for the next 2 years. Well, if we're going to work on this for the next 2 years, maybe you should just withdraw your bill. And let's work on it for the next 2 years. And let's get it right. Maybe we should all go back and have an understanding what goes on in juvenile diversion and how district attorneys are not the bad people that you all think they are, or that some of you think they are. The district attorneys are actually sending these youth to juvenile diversion. That only 4 in the last 10 years went to the system. You know what they do in collaborative management? They talk about truancy. They talk about how we make sure and keep kids in schools. They try to bring in wraparound services around families and children in a preventive situation. That's what collaborative management does. So it's no place for all of these other offenses that a 10 or 11 or 12-year-old may do that are not carved out in 207. Assaulting an elderly person, but they didn't cause serious bodily injury. I'm not an attorney. I don't really even know what that means. Other than I guess it means you didn't knock them down and put them in the critical condition in the hospital. I guess I could have gone and looked it up. But I didn't know this amendment was coming, which they don't have to share amendments with me. That's okay. I'm not saying you should have shared the amendments with me. That's fine. But I could have given you some more ideas on what you should be carving out in 207. You could have carved out a lot more stuff that would not have impacted the collaborative management program so grossly. Remember, for those of you who forgot, since we laid this over, we're carving out a few more offenses in L027. We're leaving a bunch more in. And so those ones, those offenses, some of which I've mentioned, I haven't mentioned all of them, but here's another one: violation of a protection order. Contacting a victim after the court has granted a restraining order. That's what violation of a protection order is. So you violated a protection order, we're going to send you to a collaborative management program and I guess hold hands. Sing kumbaya. I don't know. But we're not doing anything of any consequence to say to this child, beyond the carve-outs in 207, to say to this child, there are consequences for your actions, to try and get them to stop, to try and catch them before they get worse. by putting them into juvenile diversion programs, not putting them into a child welfare system, where again, child welfare system is to ensure that children are safe from abuse and neglect. It's not to monitor families' compliance with the collaborative management process. It's not to manage a child who committed a serious offense. It's not what the collaborative management program is. So I wish this amendment, L207, well, we're grateful that we got started here, that we actually would have gone through and started looking at this, looking at some of the other serious offenses that need to be carved out. If we actually, when we say that we're going to take 2 more years before you have to put them into a collaborative management program, or you have to beef up your collaborative management program, you do realize there are some counties that don't have a collaborative management program. And I understand you put in the law that they shall sign a memorandum of understanding with all these mandatory partners. Of course, then you passed an amendment that said, but we could let them out, that the County Department of Human Services could let them out of being a mandatory partner. But you do understand that this legislature cannot compel a board of county commissioners to sign an agreement. They don't have the authority to do that. It doesn't matter if you put it in law or not. It does not matter. So while we're over here carving out offenses in 207, we're not really getting to the meat of this. We have spent numerous hours talking about all the amendments that the sponsors want to do, because this bill is not a good bill. I think we all appreciate the goal. We don't want 10, 11, and 12-year-olds to enter the juvenile justice center system. I think we all appreciate that goal. I think district attorneys have proven they appreciate that goal when only 4 kids in the last 10 years have. We all appreciate that goal. But we're on Amendment 207, 207 amendments, and we haven't even got to the opponent's amendments. We're still doing the sponsors' amendments, and I think they still have more. So I don't understand why we aren't withdrawing this bill and why we aren't sitting down and going through with everybody. How about we bring in some of those collaborative management program people so that everyone can have an understanding of what they do and what they don't do and what they're capable of doing? How about at some point we have a discussion with some county commissioners, or I don't know, maybe even some former county commissioners. There are 3 of them in this room. A couple of us have sat on collaborative management teams, and we understand what they are and what they don't do and what they do. This is not it. This is not it. I get it. I have a 12-year-old grandson. I have a 10-year-old grandson. I don't want them in the juvenile justice system. I get it. I appreciate your comments, the good senator from Denver, that you made the other night. I understand. They're under a lot of stress these days as well.
Senator Kirkmeyer, we're still on 207.
I get it. And I'm still talking about 207. I'm explaining how 207 doesn't go far enough. And I'm explaining why. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to either of the sponsors. But this bill is not ready. This bill is not going to get you to your goal. Carving out a few more, but leaving a whole list. Yes, we all got a whole list from the District Attorneys Association. I'm sure you have it as well. It says, these are things that are not carved out. And you know, if my 10-year-old grandson, which thank you God he is not doing this, but if I had a 10-year-old grandson that was doing cruelty to animals, I'd be concerned. And the last place I'd want him to go is a collaborative management program. I also don't want him to go to the juvenile justice. But as a grandparent or as a parent, there's some responsibility there to go get your child the assistance and the help that they need. But I would want him to understand that there are consequences to his actions. You can't just meander around and try and figure out which system you're going in. So again, 207, it's a start. But when we're on Amendment 207, I think that's a clue. And again, we haven't even gotten to the opponent's amendments. But I think this is a clue. When we have examples of where juvenile diversion is working, that's a clue. That instead of trying to change a whole system and carving out a few things in 207 helps a little bit, but instead of trying to change a whole system that is intended for the child welfare system as a prevention program, it is not an intervention program. So carving out a few things is great, but we missed a whole list. And what we're missing, even when we're carving out these things, is the victims. So you carved out a few. Thank you. It's like I said the other night. It was very frustrating because I'm like thinking, I need to thank you for the amendment, but at the same time, I hate your bill. Sorry. It's not a good bill. It's not getting to the goal. The goal should be to keep kids out of the juvenile justice system, which is why we have diversion. The goal should not be to put them in the child welfare system. The goal should be that these children who create these horrible offenses, whether they're carved out in 207 or not, the goal should be is that there should be some consequences so that they learn from that mistake, so that they learn that that behavior is not acceptable. So when you only carve out first-degree assault, first-degree kidnapping, second-degree kidnapping, aggravated robbery, first-degree burglary, first-degree arson, any time that a child is accused of offense of unlawful sexual behavior, so my understanding is that's everything, but when you only carve out that and you leave all of these other offenses, you're sending the wrong message. You're sending the wrong message to these 10, 11, and 12-year-olds. You know, I have 4 brothers and 2 sisters. 5 of them are older than me. Do you know how many times my 13-year-old sister would say to me, and I was 3 years younger than her, would say to me, "You go do that. You're younger, you won't get in as much trouble." What do you think's happening out in our communities, in these areas? We've got 13-year-olds, 16-year-olds that understand. They will understand now. They can't go do some of these things. They can't go do a burglary and assault somebody because they'll go to the juvenile justice system. But they can go get a 12-year-old to go do that for them. Because the 12-year-old not going to it because we didn't carve them out in 207. We just left them no consequences. And you know, if law enforcement doesn't investigate, there's no crime. So those victims, there's no investigation, there's nothing done through court, they can't tap into those resources. They're going to get a form, maybe, from law enforcement that says, yeah, that's what he did, she did. Have a nice day, I guess. Sorry, nothing else we can do. So unless that child that's 10, 11, or 12, and I keep saying child because they are children. They are. But unless that child is accused of an offense of unlawful sexual behavior or is concerned with committing one of the following crimes, but only if their intention directly resulted in serious bodily injury to a victim, there's no victim, essentially. In 207, it says only if the juvenile's juvenile's intentional conduct directly resulted in serious bodily injury. I think I have it somewhere here, what serious bodily injury is. I know we talked about this before in a different bill. Here we go. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury which, either at the time of the actual injury or at a later time, involves a substantial risk of death, a substantial risk of serious permanent disfigurement, a substantial risk of protracted loss or impairment of the function of any part or organ of the body, or breaks, fractures, or burns of the second or third degree. That's serious bodily injury. Here's just bodily injury. So if a 11-year-old only creates a crime, one of these crimes, they didn't have the intention though, or their intentional conduct didn't directly result in serious bodily injury. So if they only did bodily injury, so if they only caused physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical or mental condition. So if they went and beat the heck out of an elderly person, or a disabled or intellectually disabled individual, they just beat the heck out of them. If they didn't get to substantial risk of death, and I'm sure in a court of law, all these things mean something. But if they didn't involve substantial risk of death, a substantial risk of serious permanent disfigurement, a substantial risk of protracted loss or impairment of the function of any part of the body, or breaks, fractures, or burns. So if they just beat the heck out of somebody, this carve out doesn't go far enough. If they just cause physical pain, doesn't say for how long, they just cause physical pain, or they cause illness. So now someone is traumatized, maybe by their neighbor kid, who came over and went into their house. They happened to be home. Neighbor kid thought he'd go in and steal the TV or whatever. And the 82-year-old woman was home, and he just beat the heck out of her. As long as it wasn't serious or substantial risk, he's good to go. He's not going to the juvenile system because he's not carved out, or she's not carved out. They're not carved out because they didn't cause serious bodily injury. They may have caused a lot of bodily injury. They may have caused illness that goes on. They may have caused impairment of physical or mental condition, some impairment, but that's not carved out in 207. First-degree assault is carved out if there was serious bodily injury to the victim. That's it. First-degree kidnapping is carved out if there's serious bodily injury to the victim. But if you kidnap someone and you don't cause any serious bodily injury, you're okay. You're good to go. You might, after a few months, end up in, you might end up just right back home, because it wasn't really clear in the bill what happens if you decide to go to court. And of course, the law enforcement agency didn't really do an investigation because they're told in here that they just need to fill out a form. So now what? They just go home? Nothing. Nothing happens. First-degree arson. I'm assuming that's if you went and burnt down someone's home. Unless you cause, intentionally, serious bodily injury, because this is what's in 207, you're going to a collaborative management program where I'm sure that one of the mandatory partners who has a domestic violence non-for-profit organization or an organization that provides treatment and services for alcohol and drug abuse will know exactly what to do to help you out. I'm sure they'll know. But if you didn't cause serious bodily injury, if you only burnt them a little bit, you're going to collaborative management. So again, L207, it just doesn't go far enough. This bill, if you have to keep coming up with carve-outs and coming up with amendments, maybe it's time to give it a rest for a while. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to go back to the drawing board, say if we have to keep coming up with these carve-outs, if we have to come up with other amendments that say we're going to wait for 2 years so we can get more time to figure things out, then how about we just give this bill a rest and take the next 2 years and get it figured out? Instead of pushing all of these offenses, pushing these children who cause all these offenses that aren't carved out in 207 to a collaborative management program. And then thinking that the child welfare system somehow is going to enforce anything that the collaborative management program does. Maybe that's what we need to be doing. So, gosh, 207, I would say yes. Vote yes on 207, vote no on this bill. It needs more time. This concept, this idea, appreciate the idea, appreciate the concept. This bill, not ready for prime time. It's not ready. We're not doing any good for these children. We are not helping them out. Even if you're going to carve out all of these things in 207, you're sending the wrong message. You're sending the wrong message. You want to vote for 207? Vote for 207. Vote no on the bill.
Seeing no, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things I want to respond to. One, the reference that the sponsors don't respect the district attorneys was uncalled for. I challenge you to sit with the 12th Judicial District Attorney in our conversations and my assistance in helping get her elected. We stand in full support of the district attorneys, know it's a challenging position, but to reference we don't respect the district attorneys was uncalled for. Secondly, when you talk about only 4 kids in the criminal justice system over 10 years, there have been 4 that have been sentenced. There's about 600 a year get introduced to the criminal justice system, arrested, handcuffed, meet with the district attorney, meet with judges, spend time in jail. Those are the kids we're focused on. The amendment was offered to carve out those kids that do end up in jail, serving time. I once again, rise in support of L207.
Seeing no for Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, the amendments thereto, are important public policy and go to the core of what we do here. So sometimes emotions run high. We're all in the 115th day, I think. I get fatigued and sometimes forget to move a bill. Sometimes I forget to silence my phone. So I hope each of us, as we debate this important issue, will take a deep breath and recognize that there are legitimate policy concerns here, and how we express them at times might not fully comport with our commitment to civil discourse. With respect to district attorneys, though, let me say I have the deepest respect for all 22 district attorneys in the state of Colorado as the duly elected prosecutors of their jurisdictions. I disagree a lot of the time with about half of them. And I wholeheartedly agree about all of the time with about half of them. So not a question of, in my own case, about respect for the district attorneys or not. But I will say this. We have the broadest spectrum of district attorneys in terms of from committed conservative to those who ran on a ticket and were elected of justice reform of a sort that I don't agree with. What is remarkable to me...
Senator Gardner.
Yeah.
Senator Gardner, we are on 207. Please direct your comments to 207.
Thank you. And indeed, I was thinking about that, Madam Chair, that we are still on the amendment. And of course, my colleague from Alamosa was addressing some issues that I wanted to respond to while we were talking to the amendment. So, and one of them was about what people said about district attorneys. And that bears on L0207 as it amends the bill. Is it enough or not? All 22 district attorneys have agreed with each other, one of the rarest of all things now, that this bill, whether or not amended with L207, I am on the amendment, is bad policy. And so it doesn't have anything to do with personal respect or disrespect for them. It's simply, if one is a proponent of this bill, just know that all 22 district attorneys, whether L207 passes or not, all 22 district attorneys, I am confident in saying your district attorney and your district attorney and your district attorney and your district attorney and your district attorney all believe that this bill, whether or not amended by L207, is bad policy. And hence my colleague from Weld County's admonition of, well, vote yes on 207, but no on the bill, because it won't save the bill. Thank you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just be very brief. I just want to apologize for the way my comment came out. Obviously, I said it the wrong way, and I wasn't trying to imply that that you don't have any respect for your district attorney, so I do apologize for the way that I said it. It does have to do, though, for me, all 220 district attorneys are not supporting this bill. And I will speak for myself in that I believe we should respect that opinion when they are working very diligently to increase the number of children, whether they're 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, or 17, are going to juvenile diversion. And the numbers that I quoted were from the District Attorneys Association and from their report that they put out that says how many 10, 11, and 12-year-olds in the last 10 years have been sentenced to the juvenile justice system and gone into a detention facility. So that's what I was speaking to. So again, I apologize, did not mean to offend any of the sponsors or anyone in the room. My words came out in the wrong way, but I do want to make it clear that I do respect that there are all of the district attorneys that have issues with this bill.
Further discussion, Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been debating if I was going to come down to the well to talk about this bill. And
Senator Buckner, we are on L0.
I mean, the amendment. I'm sorry, on the amendment.
Thank you.
I will talk about the bill later. But I was debating if I should come down to talk about this bill, this amendment. And I had to get a cheat sheet because a lot has been taken out of this bill. And with the amendment that we're talking about, we carved out already, homicide has always been carved out. Unlawful sexual behavior that will contribute a felony if committed by an adult has been carved out. And under that carve-out, CRS 16-22-102, that includes unlawful sexual behavior, sexual assault, all kinds of different sexual assaults. They have all been carved out. We listened. And Senator Coleman knows that it took me a while to understand all of this, but I understand it. Specific felonies that directly relate in serious bodily injury to a victim, it's been carved out. Attempted first-degree murder if the child used or discharged a firearm, we have carved that out now. You know, and I may get that gabbled down because you don't feel like this is talking to the amendment, but I need to say this. We're talking about change. Change is really difficult, but the system has to be changed. A lot of people have talked about why is Senator Coleman standing in the middle of the aisle? There's a song we sing in church, and it's called, "When You've Done All That You Can, You Stand." And that's what he's doing. We're also talking about trauma to these kids. We've talked about how many kids actually go into the juvenile justice system, but what about all those kids that can be detained? They can even sit in jail for a couple of days, 10 years old. They don't know what's going on. They don't understand what's going on. That's trauma. That's the trauma that we're talking about that kids never get over. Think about a 10-year-old who maybe was arrested because he stole something. Think about that 10-year-old being detained away from his parents, confused, and we all know what the statistics are for something that happens to a kid that causes trauma. They usually end up back in that juvenile justice system, which is really unfortunate. I have seen this my entire life. I have had relatives that this has happened to. I have a son that this happened to. When all of the kids he was with, which was a large group of kids, he was the only one arrested and taken to jail. And he did nothing, but he just happened to be with a group of Caucasian boys, and yes, they were boys at the time. And my son is 50 years old now, and he still talks about that trauma. It's real. We need to change the system. We need a system that's going to access services more quickly. We need a connection to services for future recidivism. I've heard that the CMPs aren't ready for this. We're going to get them ready within 2 years.
Senator,
I know, this is not.
To Amendment 207,
To the
please.
amendment again. All I can say is, we need to talk about the carve-outs. We need to talk about the carve-outs and what we have taken out of this bill.
Senator Rich, followed by Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we've been sitting here for a while listening to this amendment or how we feel about those. But first, I want to tell you that I believe the sponsors have a good heart. And I believe that you were probably trying to do something good, and I appreciate that. But I am going to have to agree with with the good senator from Brighton about whether this is really enough. I have my own list, and before I get started on that, I want to tell you that I was a legal secretary and a legal assistant for more than 20 years. Now, the law firm I worked in, we didn't do criminal law, but when I went to work for the U.S. magistrate, of course, that was on a federal level. Now I started seeing a lot of the crime that we didn't deal with in the law firm. When I opened my own business and legal or secretarial support, I did start working for criminal defense attorneys, and that was a whole new world because I did start seeing very dangerous crimes, such as victim rights acts crimes that 10 to 12-year-olds commit. And while I appreciate, I really do, what you have carved out here, there are still some things that I hope before this conversation is over that you will consider, because it's not in this amendment. There is no ability to detain or arrest any child who commits any offense other than the handful of excluded crimes in this list. There's no jurisdiction or ability of law enforcement to investigate or do anything more than provide a form to offenders and victims of any of the Victims' Rights Amendment offenses or other offenses on the CDAC handout that the good senator from Brighton talked about. I have some issues with the lack of victim issues in the bill. It doesn't fit under this amendment, and I'll wait until we get to the bill to speak to that. But concerning this amendment and my concern about this, there's no authority to hold offenders accountable for violating any restraining order or non-excluded crimes with either a violation of restraining order charge or contempt of court by the court with possibility of detention. This amendment, there is no ability of an alleged offender to assert innocence unless he or she voluntarily submits himself to the juvenile justice system, like saying, I'm innocent and I want to prove it. There's no ability of 14 to 18-year-olds to be transferred to the adult court for charges to include vehicular homicide, sexual assault, stalking, kidnapping, robbery, or burglary. So my point in even talking about this list that concerns me about Amendment 207 is that well-intentioned, but not enough. And so I know we're going to be here a while on this bill. I hope that if the bill doesn't die, that you will at least consider making a better amendment than this one. I'm not up here to be rude to either one of you, because I think you were probably well-intentioned, but I don't believe it goes far enough. I have seen a lot of cases, and this is gonna really confuse the whole system. I feel for the law enforcement officers trying to figure out what they can and cannot do. I feel for the district attorneys. It's just not ready for prime time, in my opinion, with all due respect. So for this amendment, I'm urging a yes vote because it's better than nothing, but right now I'd be a no vote on the bill.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. So I rise in opposition to L207, not because I don't think it's a step in the right direction, but as you heard from the Senator from Weld County, I really don't think, colleagues, that this amendment goes nearly far enough, and I do not purport to be an expert not only in criminal code, but in juvenile justice, or as you heard the Senator from Weld County talk a lot about the youth services and DHS. So I'm coming at this as a bit of a novice, and so when I hear concerns brought from folks that do have at least one law degree, some cases perhaps more than one law degree, I think we have to pause and consider going through some of these concerns line by line and really asking the proponents, the sponsors, the supporters of this action, whether or not each of these potential offenses are still in the bill on purpose, or if these were simply technical oversights. And the fact that we're considering Amendment 207 leads me to believe that there is still some deliberation going on. There still has to be some conversations, otherwise we wouldn't be considering Amendment 207 in the first place. So that's my ask. I tried to distribute to each of my colleagues the list of offenses that was provided to me by the Colorado District Attorney's Council. And again, because I don't consider myself an expert in this area, to hear some logic behind these offenses that do not appear to be carved out is to understand the thinking why, right? There's often more to this than simply the words on the pages. There's, I'm guessing, some principles behind this, some philosophies, some theories behind why these offenses, and I'm going to try really, really hard, colleagues, not to use hyperbolic language when going through this. And I want the bill sponsors to know this. I am not saying, oh, because this is still in the bill, you support this, or you're okay with this, or you're fine with this, or you're ignoring this. That's not my intent at all. But I do think we need to address them in detail so that we get an idea of the logic behind these offenses, because they're concerning. And I've shared this list with dozens of people, and the vast majority, when they see this list of offenses, are still extremely concerned. And I think rightfully so. And so I don't know if the language in what I passed out is biased in a inflammatory way to cause that reaction, or if it just simply is fact. So for example, when I read that one of the offenses legalized by the bill and not carved out in L207 is attempted first-degree murder with anything other than a firearm. that is still legalized even after the carve-out. Attempted first-degree murder. Again, I think I would love to see the statistics as to how many attempted first-degree murders are made with a firearm versus something else, versus a knife, versus a rock. If this is something perhaps that's so rare that we just don't need to concern ourselves with it, perhaps, and I'm guessing, or if it's an oversight, or if it's something deliberate that says to our citizens that somehow attempted murder with something other than a firearm should get a pass. I mean, colleagues, I think I would make the argument that attempted murder with a firearm is perhaps, I'm going to use the right language here, perhaps the least brutal of any other method of murder that I can think of. I mean, attempted murder with a firearm at least offers the attempted murderer some level of distance between themselves and their victim, whereas attempted murder with a knife or a club or a bat or their fists or a blunt object feels to me more brutal. It feels to me more visceral. And I don't want to use the term worse because it's all so horrific that I don't think that word is fair. But to say attempted murder with a firearm, we're gonna carve out, but attempted murder with a knife, we're not. Again, I know I'm being redundant, and I apologize, Madam Chair, for not being as precise with my language as I could be, but in some cases, it certainly feels more brutal and more visceral. And I don't understand the logic of having it carved out. So again, my request is to hear from supporters of the amendment, Amendment 207, why all attempted first-degree murders wouldn't be carved out, or if I'm misunderstanding something, which again, I freely admit might be the case. Secondly, on the list that you received, hopefully received, I tried to get it distributed to everybody. Again, speaking exclusively to the amendment on offenses that would still be legal after Amendment 207 would be attempted second-degree murder, but this time with a firearm. So second-degree murder, according to the Colorado District Attorney's Council, second-degree murder is a knowing crime, not an intentional crime. The amendment requires intent to kill after deliberation. Attempt first-degree murder only. I think that merits some conversation. Because if you're anything like me and don't live and breathe the criminal code, these kind of esoteric differences between first-degree murder, second-degree murder, aggravation, a lot of this I think is potentially a foreign language to a lot of us. So to understand why a child with a firearm attempting second-degree murder, the supporters of the amendment felt that that is potentially not worthy under Amendment 207. Third on the list would be assault with a deadly weapon that doesn't result in serious bodily injury. Shooting someone that happens not to hit a vital organ, or attempting to kill someone via stabbing and you're only stabbing them in the limbs instead of in a vital organ. Again, that to me seems like it's similar in the first bullet point about attempted first-degree murder with anything other than a firearm. Assault with a deadly weapon. If a child assaults somebody, like shoots somebody, and mercifully is a bad shot, by the grace of God, they're a bad shot, and they don't actually hit and kill their victim the way they want to hit and kill their victim. That is now behavior that we are going to look at as very much differently for a child. Again, and we're not talking about a child spending life in prison, versus with a possibility of parole or without a possibility of parole. We're talking about whether or not this child enters the juvenile justice system or doesn't even enter the juvenile justice system at all, as I read the amendment. And to say that you can shoot somebody and not hit a vital organ, and as society, we're going to say that this isn't a child that we think belongs in the juvenile justice system? I do not want to be in front of a group of victims trying to explain this, because again, I don't see the logic in it and don't understand if the language is deliberate and intentional and there's more to it, and that I just simply need to understand why a 12-year-old who attempts to murder somebody but has bad luck, has good luck, I guess, depending on the perspective if you're a victim or the attempted murderer, or skill level, or by the grace of God, lack of skill. I just don't understand it. Assault causing serious bodily injury that was committed knowingly or recklessly. For example, shooting randomly into a crowd and hitting people, or getting into a fist fight and the person falls and gets a broken arm or a brain injury. It has to be intentional under Amendment 207, or the attempt does. Colleagues, this to me is exactly the kind of behavior from children that, I don't know that I can think of many better examples of why we would want a child to be in the juvenile justice system. Shooting randomly into a crowd and hitting people, the kinds of crimes that we hear about virtually every weekend in cities like Chicago. The kind of behavior that has parents up in arms in cities like that. And if I understand Amendment 207 correctly, if that were to happen, that a child was doing this, that child would not enter the juvenile justice system, that this would potentially be one of the offenses that we would be looking at the collaborative management program for in lieu of juvenile justice. Assault that doesn't result in serious bodily injury, such as the example from the Colorado District Attorneys Association, hitting classmates, hitting grandparents, hitting teachers. False reporting of an emergency. I think we have a bill about that. False reporting of an emergency, saying that there's an active shooter at the school when there isn't, that swatting that we've been hearing so much about, resulting in death or injury. Violation of a protection order. This one, obviously, as you know from my prior discussions here in this well, bothers me immensely that when a victim of something like, pick your offense, stalking, something along those lines, threats. When a victim is bold enough to take the step to seek out a protection order, knowing statistically how dangerous it is for victims to seek that protection order, and the likelihood of more serious crimes or death happening after a protection order is sought and granted, it's often worse for the victim than before that restraining order, or protection order, is granted. To know that if a child violates that we feel like this should be an exception, seems to me to be just torturous to a victim. Stalking itself, retaliation against a witness. A big reason why I stood before you during the long bill discussions and pleaded for extra funding into things like the Colorado Community Crime Victims Grant Program was because of exactly stuff like this. This is what we heard in testimony is such a growing problem for young people in our state, gang violence and everything that goes along with it. And so things like gang intimidation, to know that a child, especially in the age ranges that we heard about in committee, that if they retaliate against a witness, that we should somehow not pursue the juvenile justice system for these young people and instead put them into a community program, sounds illogically and irresponsibly dangerous to me. And again, I've confessed this isn't a topic that I have a lot of expertise on. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a good reason why gang intimidation should be something that we allow a pass for young people. It's going to take a lot of convincing colleagues that Amendment 207 should not include retaliation against a witness as part of that. Drug distribution, it's no secret. This is from, again, Colorado District Attorney Association. Gangs use kids to deliver drugs because the penalties in the juvenile justice system are already limited. So what's going to happen when we limit them further and say now we're not even going to be concerned about the juvenile justice system? Amendment 207, at least according to the Colorado District Attorney Association, says that we'd be looking at the collaborative management program instead. Burglary of a home with assault. And if one of the bill sponsors wants to wave me down if I'm going down the wrong path here and these all are already carved out under Amendment 207, my intent is not to waste your time. If these are carved out and my information is wrong, if somebody could just wave me down, I'll certainly yield the podium. But burglary of a home with an assault that doesn't result in serious bodily injury, breaking into a home, punching the owner during the break-in, or as you heard from the senator from El Paso County, pointing the gun at them, threatening them with a gun, or shooting at them and missing. Imagine that. Someone breaks into your home, assaults you during that break-in, points a gun at you, potentially then shoots at you, but doesn't hit you. And we're going to look to this young person and say, we think the collaborative management program is a better route for you than the juvenile justice system, which again, as you've already heard from people that know a lot more about it than I do, is very different from corrections. It is already a system built, but that's not to the amendment, so I'll save that for later on tonight as we continue to go through this. Robbery with a deadly weapon that does not result in a serious bodily injury, such as pointing a gun during a robbery, somebody's robbing you of your wallet or your watch, or your car, even shooting at the person, but either not hitting them or hitting them and not hitting vital organs, or stabbing someone during a robbery but happen to not stab vital organs. Again, because the victim was either able to mercifully dodge, move, hide, protect themselves with their arms, protect themselves with their feet. So because the person that commits these offenses is either not strong enough, not skilled enough, or the victim is lucky enough, or the assailant is unlucky enough for the most horrific things not to have happened. Again, very often by sheer luck, by the grace of God, we're going to tell that victim that their young assailant is perhaps not qualified to go into the juvenile justice system, but should be moved into the collaborative management program as an alternative. If this is accurate, this is one of those things, again, that I just want to pause on, because I know we've been talking for a long time. I want to pause on this and make sure that everybody heard that correctly, if I'm right. Robbery with a deadly weapon that doesn't result in serious bodily injury, pointing a gun during a robbery, even shooting at the person, but either not hitting them or hitting them and not hitting vital organs, or stabbing someone during a robbery, but not stabbing vital organs. This is the line of demarcation that I'm understanding is in Amendment 207. It just doesn't seem like I should be accurate. It seems like I should be making a huge mistake right now, and somebody should be coming to rescue me saying, I don't understand Amendment 207 very well, and I'm making a fool of myself at the podium and in front of the citizens of Colorado because I don't understand this amendment well enough. Because if I understand it, and this is accurate, and we're going to go to the citizens of Colorado and tell them at the height of the worst crime wave in the 31 years that I've lived in the state of Colorado, that we think this makes sense? It doesn't seem possible to me, colleagues. It doesn't seem possible that we're having this conversation on Amendment 207. Arson, you heard this already at length from the senator from Colorado Springs. Arson, but no one was inside the home, or the youth didn't intend to harm the people inside the home. Like they thought it was empty, but it wasn't. In the example you heard from my colleague from El Paso County, something happens to a young person, to a 12-year-old. By the way, having been the father of 4 once upon a time 12-year-olds, 12-year-old boys to be exact, it is an interesting age. It is an interesting age. And praise God, I never had to face any of this with 3 young boys, 3 young, rambunctious, insolent boys. But to imagine those young people being so furious, so angry because something happened. I remember a story similar to this happening, I believe it was in Green Valley Ranch, where in retaliation, somebody says, let's just burn their house down. That'll show them for X, Y, or Z. And think of that same conversation with those young people going, hey, there's nobody at home anyways. I saw her leave for work, or I saw him leave in the car. I'm sure the home is empty, but it wasn't. And they deliberately set a fire to a home as people inside it that are killed or injured? Or not, quite honestly, or not. And just have to live with that trauma of escaping a burning home that somebody deliberately set. We're not talking an accidental electrical malfunction or a contractor being sloppy with their work. We're talking about intentionally lighting somebody's home on fire. And somebody miraculously survives. And we're going to tell the young person or groups of young people, we don't think this is a serious enough crime to merit a consideration into the juvenile justice system. We think this is more appropriate utilizing a collaborative management program. Assault or any crimes against the elderly, developmentally, persons with developmental disabilities, persons with intellectual disabilities that don't result in serious bodily injury. A beating of a person with an intellectual disability. I don't care what age a child is. That's so low. I mean, colleagues, at some point, we have to look at this list and ask, what is repulsive enough for us? And I appreciate the sponsors for even introducing Amendment 207. You didn't have to. The fact that we're willing to carve some out, I would agree with the senator from Mesa County when we say the bill sponsors' motives are probably quite pure in this. And I'll spend a minute on that, but to save myself from most likely being gavelled down, I will save my complimentary remarks later on, because that is owed, and I'm not going to ignore that. But right now we have to focus on the amendment so that I don't get gavelled down. So we have to talk about specifically what is carved out, and by omission, talking about what is not carved out. Bias-motivated crimes. Harassing or assaulting somebody because their race or gender expression or ethnicity or religion, but did not result in serious bodily injuries. The exact crimes that I have heard in this very chamber as something that we need to address in the state of Colorado, that we need to address in resolutions, that we need to address in bills, the exact crimes that when a 17-year-old commits them, I mean, you know your words better than I do. You've said them here at this well. And again, we're not talking about trying these kids as adults and putting them into the criminal justice system. We are simply saying, should we be considering the juvenile justice system for a kid committing a bias-motivated crime, harassing or assaulting someone because of their race or gender expression or ethnicity or religion. But again, mercifully, not resulting in serious bodily injury. As if that should be a reward. As if by trying to give somebody a beatdown and you're not very good at it, that we should reward them. Or we should, maybe not reward, maybe that's clumsy language. Maybe saying we should view them differently because they're inept when it comes to delivering a beatdown of somebody because of their race or religion. I don't agree with this, colleagues. Not even close. Cruelty to animals, we already talked about that. Motor vehicle theft, which, by the way, already resulted in the last 12 months of a death of a 12-year-old in our state. Is already happened. Who knows? Who knows what the juvenile justice system might have done for that 12-year-old that was killed? I don't know. But one thing for sure, It's a problem in our state. Children stealing cars is a problem in our state that, in my opinion, should be addressed in the juvenile justice system, not necessarily under a program designed to improve the health and well-being of children, in this case, the perpetrator. Stealing cars. How many times have we heard about car thefts in this spot so far in the last 115 days? I would love to have kept a tally on that. Bringing a firearm to school. If this is accurate and we're letting this slide through, that alone, you can ignore everything else that I've said over the last several minutes and just focus on that. With everything that we've heard about over the last several weeks, with this building being full of kids talking about this exact issue, and we're going to look them in the eye and say that kids who bring guns to school, kids who bring guns to school should be treated differently next year than they were treated last year when it comes to juvenile justice versus community management programs. Colleagues, if nothing else, this is the wrong time for this. Even if you're a supporter, even if you're a proponent, this is the wrong time to lighten society's concerns around kids who bring guns to school. I hope I'm wrong. I hope when I go to sit down, somebody reads me the Riot Act for misinterpreting Amendment 207 and tells me, nope, you missed that one, Senator. Because I would hope that this cannot be the case. Menacing, pointing a firearm at someone, or shooting at them and missing. Again, got to have lighter penalties for kids that are bad shots. Or potentially penalize victims for being skilled at evasion, I guess. Carrying a concealed firearm. I know what I had to go through to have that ability. I know the amount of training that was required, the additional training that was chosen for the enormous responsibility, the enormous personal responsibility that somebody takes on when they carry a weapon with them, even occasionally concealed. Because I will tell you, colleagues, the smallest disagreements, altercations, gestures, just read about that in the news today. The wrong gesture to somebody carrying a concealed firearm compared to those same things happening when people are not carrying concealed firearms can very often end up very different results, as you can imagine. And to assume that a 10-year-old, an 11-year-old, a 12-year-old can assume that kind of responsibility, and if they choose to illegally, that we're going to say that kid does not need the juvenile justice system. They instead need a program designed to improve the health and well-being of young people. When they're carrying a gun around, when they're bringing it to school, when they have it in restaurants. Think about that. Think about that. You go to Elitch's, or you go to a Rockies game, and you find out later that there's that there's a pack of 12-year-olds with a gun that got through security or have guns. If Amendment 207 passes the way that I read it or the way that I understand it, we're going to tell that group of young kids, yeah, that was not a crime that elevates. It's not an offense that elevates to the level of the juvenile justice system. We feel that's more appropriate in CMPs. Possessing a dangerous weapon, short rifles, shotguns, stun guns. So, with that, colleagues, I would hope, and what I'm asking for, is a pause in the debate. That's what I'm asking for. I just read a long list of stuff. And with God as my witness, I hope I'm wrong on a lot of these. And the pause would be, let's have the supporters, let's have the proponents come let me know that I'm misinterpreting Amendment 207, that these heinous acts, that this egregious behavior that I've just outlined to you is a misinterpretation, that I'm wrong. Or, if I'm not wrong, this is important enough an issue where my request is, respectfully, that we go through this list, and I won't interrupt you. I want to hear, as we go line by line, what the rationale is. Give me the other side of the argument. We are on seconds. This is where we debate. This is where we have a discussion. And let's go line by line. I've given you my side of the story. And I'm not, by any sense of the imagination, telling you that I'm giving you the Colorado District Attorney Council's side of the argument, because I'm not qualified to do that. I haven't had enough conversations with them to be able to do that. I've been telling you my interpretation of what I have received from them. I am giving you my perception. And I do not think it's too much to ask my friends and colleagues who we agree with, in some cases most of the time, in some cases a whole lot of the time, to go through this and give me the other side of the story. That's what I'm asking for. Until then, colleagues, I would ask for a no vote on Amendment 207, and I'm sure my colleagues would be willing to yield their time if we could hear from the proponents.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, it's been no secret I've had conversations with the sponsor of this bill that I have some strong concerns with this bill. But I want to get up here today specifically on Amendment 207. I've had several long conversations with both of these sponsors and shared my concerns, and a lot of those concerns come from being a father. I have a 9-year-old little girl, a 7-year-old little boy, and a 4-year-old little girl at home. And it breaks my heart. It brings me to tears often when I think about it, of them potentially being a victim to some of these crimes that are addressed here in 207. Members, I don't want to get up here and say that 207 solves all of the problems with this bill or all the concerns I even have with this bill. But I want to get up here and give credit where credit is due. When I sat down with these sponsors, when I shared those concerns, obviously there was some discussion, I think some amendments before, talking about carving some of these entities out, but doing it in a different way than was done with homicide. And that caused me concern. I didn't understand why we were going to treat what are some very serious crimes differently than what we're doing with another carve-out that's a very serious crime. And in those conversations, for the public, a lot of the conversations that happen down here are, if if we do this amendment, can we get your support? And it's valid conversations. It's, hey, how do we get your support? How do we get your vote on the bill? These sponsors never asked that. They never asked, hey, we want your support and we'll do this amendment. What these sponsors did is they said, we recognize your concerns, we want to do this, and we want to make good policy. Now again, there's concerns that go beyond what's in Amendment 207 here, but what they're trying to do addressing these issues is the right thing. And it's a thing that I think this body should support. I think we're going to have a lot of time to debate this bill outside of what is going on here in Amendment L207. But members, I think we need to recognize the work that's gone into 207, the movement that's gone into 207. I think where the heart of these sponsors are. And I'm looking forward to the debate because I think this bill deserves that debate. But when it comes to 207, I ask for an aye vote because these sponsors answered that call and did it in a way of making good policy, not necessarily in a way of saying, hey, we need support if we're going to do this. And I think that deserves a lot of credit, and I just want that to be on the record. And I really appreciate the sponsors for what you did in Amendment 207 here. I'm going to be a yes vote, and I would urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Senator Bolton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, bill sponsors, for the work you've done with this amendment. I think it helps. I too rise still with some concerns around some of the categories that are still not covered under this amendment. You heard my colleague from Parker talk earlier about the violations of a protection order. Somebody that's gone to that length to go to that trouble and get a protection order granted, I think really needs some attention. Being a former county commissioner and serving on the Eastern Colorado Services Board, I have a special place in my heart for the developmental and intellectually disabled population in this state. An assault or any crime against that group of people, I really have a hard time with, and that group is excluded in 207. So I can go on and on. The cruelty to animals, menacing. There's just a number of things that I realize if you start, where do you stop? I realize, there were some areas that you felt compelled to carve out with 207. I think I can probably support 207, but at the end of the day, I think there's still a lot of discussion needs to be had around some of these other exemptions. So thank you.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we're on 207 as we have been all morning into lunchtime. That's because 207, though it is an amendment, kind of goes to the heart of the bill. And it's why some of the discussion has bled over into discussion of the bill and challenged the various chairs' ability to keep us on topic. But the senator from Parker came down and earnestly asked, why did you draw the line there with your carve-outs? I raised those issues earlier. What's the, why there? Why attempted murder with a firearm gets you into the juvenile system, but a very deliberate, thoughtful process by a 12-year-old to murder someone with a knife doesn't get that treatment. Why? And I don't see anybody standing up to say, let me answer the questions. I mean, I understand why you want to answer my questions. I mean, I think I understand. You just get more questions. But the senator from Parker, he's a more pragmatic guy. He's asked serious questions of his colleagues from both sides of the aisle. Why there? Why firearms, not knives, not rocks? Why arson that only results in serious bodily injury or death, because it encompasses that, when the loss of a home represents such a grievous injury to an entire family? Why does that not get you there? I mean, I could think of some, but I don't want to speculate. Why not do what I was asked, which is do categories of offenses? 207 tries to be very discreet with a very limited number of offenses. I can only speculate because there's no answer from the sponsors. So I have to speculate. I'm sorry. Doesn't go to motive. I'm just speculating on purpose. Because I think the motives are good. I think the sponsors wish to do good public policy in juvenile justice. I simply don't agree with them about what is good policy to achieve their own goal. I agree with their goals. Spent an entire year on the Juvenile Justice Reform Commission, co-chairing it with the former Democratic senator from El Paso County, Senator Lee, as his co-chair on juvenile justice reform, to improve the outcomes. What about 207 will improve, by drawing the lines where we are, will improve outcomes? Really, the primary motive, and I can tell you what my own motive is, I think that's permitted under the rules. My own reason for coming back to the well to talk about 207 is this. I went to a conference committee this morning on a bill, and I'm not talking about the other bill, I'm talking about process, Madam Chair, in which I had convinced my Senate co-prime sponsor that the bill needed to be a particular way, and we did it in committee, and we held it on the floor at second reading. And it went back over to the House, and the House sponsors of that bill, one of whom was a majority leader, didn't want it that way, so they wanted to go to conference. They didn't accept our amendments. And then through the conference process, they took the bill back to what it was when it came from the House. And I voted no on that. And I have to say that though I told people that I wasn't going to be all offended, I'm not offended, because it doesn't do to get offended around here. I am disappointed, because what happened was I drew a line and convinced my co-prime sponsor of a particular thing, and that's what the bill needed to be, and the chamber agreed with me, and then the bill ended up back at the House version as it came to us. Not anything in between. It wasn't, and we were not beyond the scope of the differences. It turned out to be what the House wanted. So what was that all about? I said to myself process-wise. And I look at 207. Don't forget this House Bill 1249 is that. It's a House bill, and it came from the House with a particular set of things, and it didn't include L207. So I hope, as I put this question to the sponsors, is L207, if you get it, because it's been done to achieve a level of support in this chamber, is it a hill you're going to die on? Is L207 something that is what in engineering is referred to as a boundary condition for your support of the bill? Or is it just what we're doing today, and I have no doubt that you support L207 today, but is it just one more stage and phase of the negotiation process between here and the House? I mean, if it is, that's not that that's wrong, but it would be important for those in this chamber who are moved in their support for the bill in 207, it would be for them. So I'm wondering that.
Senator Coleman. Senator Gardner. Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. Senate will come back. Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to the good senator from Colorado Springs. I believe a more direct question is sometimes things get adopted, then they go back for concurrence. Concurrence is challenged, conference committee, because you might have the numbers, you can strip off an amendment that really was very important, but you just did that to get the bill to move forward in the chamber. The answer is our intention is to adopt this amendment to keep that amendment at all costs. We don't intend to have any changes to whatever is adopted here. We intend for the House to concur with Senate amendments.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Well, I think it's a reasonable surmise that any conference committee would be made up of the two co-prime sponsors and one more from the majority party. So is 207 going to stick?
Senator Simpson.
I think I can say with confidence, yes, it would stick, but I don't have a crystal ball. From my perspective, that's the stance I would be taking, that it would stay.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our commitment, both, just to be super clear, is that we would support 207 now and moving forward in the future.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I very much appreciate the assurances of the sponsors of their commitment to L207, because I have no doubt that if the House did not accept 1249 with this amendment, it would go to conference, but that they would be two of the three members on the conference committee. And for those of you who are new, it requires two members from each chamber to approve the conference committee report. Thank you.
The question before us is the adoption of Amendment 207. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. 207 is adopted. To the bill. And there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 162?
Amendment L162 to House Bill 1249.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Amendment 162.
Sarah Coleman to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For all members in the chamber, we have 4 additional amendments that we wanted to offer from prior discussion. This one in particular requires that the written procedure for CMPs includes a process for how entities other than law enforcement will refer 10 to 12-year-olds and victims to the local CMP. It also requires that MOUs for all CMPs must outline agreements between partners for which children are most appropriate to refer to the CMP and procedures for prioritizing referrals, if necessary, due to limited resources. So ultimately, L162 outlines the process for entities other than law enforcement to refer to CMPs. We ask for an aye vote.
Any other discussion on Amendment L162? Senator Kirkmeyer. Senator Van Servan-Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm actually looking for my re-engrossed bill here, and I apparently don't have it. But let me just see what this amendment does here, which is it inserts a process for how agencies and entities other than law enforcement will refer children 10 years of age or older, but under 13 years of age. So 10, 11, and 12-year-olds. Oh, thank you. And children under 18 years of age who are victims of the alleged conduct of a child 10 years of age or older, but under 13 years of age, to the local collaborative collaborative management program. Okay. I'm now going to where this is inserted here. It's establishing of procedures to serve children 10 years of age or older but under 13 years of age through an MOU requiring an interagency oversight group to establish a written procedure for the local collaborative management program to serve children 10 years of age or older. Down to page 20 here, A, B, C. The written procedures. Oh, okay, so this is dealing with the written procedures. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will take this offline and do further research upon how this exactly will fit into the bill on page 26, line 20, and page 27, line 9, dealing with the collaborative management boards and the written procedures that they must follow. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Amendment L162 inserts a new process for collaborative management systems, management programs. And if you look on in your bill on page 26, it's going to insert a new E, and then they're going to read letter E. And it's a process for how agencies or entities other than law enforcement will refer children 10 years of age or older, but under 13 years of age, and a child under 18 years of age who are victims of the alleged conduct of a child 10 years of age or older, but under the age of 13 years of age, to the CMP. And then it says, on page 27, after line 9, we're going to add in a new Roman numeral 3. The memorandum of understanding must outline agreements between agencies or entities regarding which children are most appropriate for referral to the local collaborative management program and procedures for prioritizing referrals if necessary due to limited resources. So right now, there is a program that the state oversees. It's called the Collaborative Management Program. And it requires, well, I'll just tell you what the Collaborative Management Program says. It's Colorado's commitment to improving social service delivery systems that are administered by the Division of Community Programs. So in 2004, the Colorado General Assembly passed a bill to establish collaborative management programs. And they put a whole bunch of stuff in statute to say how these established collaborative management programs at the county level would improve outcomes for children, youth, and families involved with multiple agencies. And the legislation called for the development of local collaborative management structures and processes that bring together agencies and services for at-risk, high systems, use children, youth, and families. Partners in the local collaborative management program include county departments of human services, local judicial departments, health departments, school districts, community mental health centers, behavioral health organizations, regional accountability entities, parent or family advocacy groups, and community agencies. The whole point of the statute was to develop a more uniform system of collaborative management that includes input, expertise, and active participation of parent advocacy or family advocacy organizations to reduce duplication and eliminate fragmentation and increase quality, appropriateness, and effectiveness of services delivered to children or families who would benefit from integrated multi-agency services. Encourage cost sharing among service providers and cost reductions for services, and achieve positive outcomes for children and families, particularly in the child welfare system. So again, collaborative management programs are preventive programs to keep kids out of the child welfare system. So I'm having difficulty trying to understand why we are trying to ensure that victims who are victims of the alleged conduct of a child 10 to 13 years of age, why we are trying to steer now the victims into the collaborative management system. That does not make sense. The collaborative management system is developed to keep kids out of the system, out of the child welfare system. So now we're going to say that the memorandum of understanding that has to be put together, by the way, you cannot compel anyone to sign a memorandum of understanding, so that is a flaw in your bill. Michelle needs to go back to May. You cannot compel a Board of County Commissioners to sign anything. They do not have to. You can say what has to be in a memorandum of understanding, which must outline agreements between agencies or entities regarding which children are most appropriate for referral to the local collaborative management program and procedures. So here's a group who's not part of a mandatory collaborative management system. It's law enforcement. They're not the mandatory partners. The way a collaborative management system gets set up is the state has identified a system, and they've identified this system so that there is consistency throughout the state. So when you have local collaborative management programs making up their own ideas of who's most appropriate for referral to the local collaborative management program, you'll be basically messing up the statewide system. But anyways, collaborative management programs. They start with this law that was put in place pretty much after we did pilot programs in 2004. But this law said that it's up to the Department of Human Services to contact these other mandatory partners, that if you're going to get a collaborative management system, you have to have at least these certain mandatory partners, because there is money attached to this. There's money that comes out of the child welfare side of the system. Because again, the whole idea is to ensure that we are not including children or pushing children into, that we're preventing them, we're not pushing them into the child welfare system. So that's why there is money that comes from the state. the only way you can get those monies, and they're called incentive dollars, essentially. Incentive dollars, because at one point, especially back in 2004, child welfare services, there's this block grant, block dollars that go for child welfare services, and counties are mandated to provide those services essentially on behalf of the state, who gets to make up all the rules. Counties are mandated, and they're mandated to put in a portion of their own funds into the child welfare system, because the block grant does not cover all the costs associated with it. And in 2004, there were issues with counties going beyond their allocation to serve children in the child welfare services. So the idea was, let's do these pilots. Let's see if we can't say from a statewide basis, how do we get a system put together that prevents? Because the child welfare system is an intervention system. You intervene in a child welfare system. You intervene on behalf of a child who has been abused or neglected. Not a victim of a crime, or a supposed crime, or maybe a crime. That's not what the child welfare system does. That is not what the collaborative management program is supposed to be doing. I appreciate that we're trying to maybe, I don't know, trying to address some of the concerns that where you're trying to push a child into the collaborative management system. And what I was talking about before is that you're trying to push a child, trying to take a child from the juvenile justice system and move them over to the child welfare system. And now we are saying that victims of the alleged conduct and only victims of the alleged conduct of a child 10 years of age between 10 and 13. So not victims if it's a victim of somebody that's over 13. It's only victims from 10 to 13, which doesn't make sense. That just doesn't make sense. Oh my gosh. I mean, honestly, you are trying to change. We had a senator, the good senator from Aurora, who was up here, who said, I don't know, I felt like she indicated that we all need to just change. We need to make change for the sake of change. Never mind if that change is at the expense of children that we're trying to provide services to through the collaborative management system that we have worked on for nearly 20 years. But we should just change it. Because we don't want kids in the juvenile justice system. We should come over here and just mess up the collaborative management program. And I know that's not your intent. And we should just change. I guess for the sake of change. And we have 2 years to figure it out. But seriously, we're telling the collaborative management systems who are prevention to keep kids out of the child welfare system. And I'm just going to keep saying it. It is not the intent to move children who are victims from a 10 to 13-year-old. It's not the intent to move those victims into the child welfare system. The money comes from incentives. You have to have a collaborative management plan that the state has certain criteria that have to be in there. And in fact, a lot of it, there's quite a bit of it that is in law. You have to have performance-based measures. And it's all in the Department of Human Services. So why are we trying to direct victims into a system that is in human services? I just do not understand that. Why are we trying to say to local collaborative management systems, go develop your own. Go develop your own referral process. Go do it on your own. That is not what happens in the collaborative management programs and in the collaborative management system. The state has a template, essentially. You don't get to, as a collaborative management program, you don't get to just go off and do whatever you want to do. If you do that, there's the good opportunity that you will not get the incentive dollars to ensure that your collaborative management program moves forward. Because the dollars are based on how we are preventing children from the child welfare system. And the reason for that is because the cost to provide those services to abused and neglected children is outrageously expensive. And because we started this pilot program in 2004, and it developed into this whole system, so that county departments of human services could manage their child welfare dollars in a better way, so that we could prevent kids from getting into the system, not bring more in, not bring in victims of crimes. That is not what the child welfare system is about. The child welfare system is there for children who are abused and neglected. So, collaborative management system to create a CMP program in your county. There are identified in statute 9 mandatory partners, one of which is the County Department of Human Services. And it is their responsibility to go out to, if they wish to create a collaborative management program, to go out to these mandatory partners, which include judicial districts, including probation services, includes the health department, and maybe that's what, let me just back up. Maybe it's because judicial districts and probation services are included in a collaborative management system. Maybe that's where we're getting confused here. Maybe that's where we're crossing here. Because you see judicial and you think, oh, so instead of sending them to court over here, because the judicial district is involved over here, we should send them all there. We for sure should not be sending the victims there. But maybe that's part of the issue. I don't know. But that is not the role of a collaborative management. So when the judicial district is involved in the collaborative management program, it is to prevent dependency and neglect cases. It is to prevent children from getting into the courtroom, to prevent them from getting into the child welfare system. The other mandatory partners is the health department. That could be the county health department, which it is in the case of Weld County, but health departments are different throughout the state of Colorado. Or it could be the district public health agency, which it is for a lot of other counties. It's the local school district or school districts. In my county, 16. That's 16 school districts. But you only have to find one who's willing to participate in developing the plan for your collaborative management program. Again, to prevent kids from getting into the child welfare system. One that's willing to do that. Then it's the comprehensive behavioral health safety net provider, the behavioral health administrative services. So we're bringing in mental health services for these kids and families that we are trying to be preventive. Preventive. These are key words, preventive. The Division of Youth Services, that would be the state Division of Youth Services, is a mandatory partner. Part of the reason that they are a mandatory partner is so that they can ensure that there is consistency throughout the state. So when you have an amendment that says the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU, must outline agreements between agencies or entities regarding which children are most appropriate for referral to the local collaborative management program. But that is already done. The children that are most appropriate for referral to a collaborative management program are those children that we're trying to prevent from getting into a child welfare system. When you have an amendment that says victims, that the collaborative management program is to develop a process for how agencies or entities other than law enforcement will refer children who are victims of alleged conduct of a child between 10 and 13 to the collaborative management program. This is why we have school districts there. This is why we have the judicial, the court there. This is why we have everyone else, so that they are bringing their service to the table so we can do the wraparound services and prevent them from being involved in the child welfare system. It is not intended for victims of someone who maybe committed a crime or not. That's not what this is for. If I was the parent of a victim, I would not be wanting them referred to the collaborative management program. If these are children that are not eligible to be in the child welfare system, the services, I don't know how they would refer them even. But if I was the parent or the grandparent of a victim, I would not be wanting to steer that child to a child welfare system. That's not a good idea. Because to get into the child welfare system, there's criteria that have to be met. So I would be saying that if I'm the parent of that child that's a victim, to get to the referral to a collaborative management, you would have to say things like the child is unsafe in their home, that the parents aren't providing a safe environment for their child. That would be said about a victim. There would have had to have been an investigation. You will open up an investigation. If I was that parent of that victim, you'd open up an investigation, not by law enforcement, maybe not, but for sure by the Department of Human Services. They would have to go investigate. They would have to investigate the parents of the victim. So, again, the amendment says the collaborative management program people, the CMP, is supposed to develop a process for how other than law enforcement will refer children who are 10 years of age or older, but under 13 years of age, and children under 18 years of age who are victims of the alleged conduct of a child 10 years of age or older, but under 13 years of age. So you're a victim, and now you and your family could be referred to a collaborative management program. That's what this amendment says. If I was that parent or grandparent of that victim, I'd be like, no. So this amendment, while I'm assuming it's to try and help to get services for the victims, this is not the right location. I love it that you think that you were trying to find a place for victims to get services. I agree with that. As a parent or a grandparent, if my child was the victim of this, or my grandson was the victim of this, I'd be out searching for every service I can. I wouldn't send them to a collaborative management program. I might contact the same mental health provider. But the victim is not somebody I'm trying to get out of. I mean, I'm not trying to get my grandson, for example, if they're the victim. I'm not trying to get them into or prevent them from being in the child welfare system. I just want to go get them the services that I think they need. That might be my family doctor. That might be a mental health provider that I am aware of, that I feel comfortable with, that my family wants to go with my child or grandchild to the services, because that's what works. But I would not want to have my child or my grandchild, I'm just going to say my grandchild, I would not want them to be going into an area where if the collaborative management plan doesn't work, if the program doesn't work, we're talking about pushing them, trying to push them towards a child welfare system, which then starts putting the onus on those parents. Like, how'd they become a victim? Or do you just not have a safe home? I mean, during the time of a tragedy, and your child or grandchild is that victim, you don't want human services knocking on your door saying we need to investigate the home. You don't want that to happen. You don't want a group of people that you don't even know coming to you and saying, we're going to refer you over here because we think you need to be over there. I mean, I think parents and grandparents and family members are going to be searching for those resources to make sure that their child, their grandchild, has the services that they need. But it's not the collaborative management system. It's not that program. That's not what the collaborative management program was designed for. You know, I don't know, for example, where they would go, other than, like I said, their own family doctor. They would probably research, maybe go to their family doctor and find a mental health provider. I mean, I would certainly suggest that. I think everyone would. But the victim, we don't want them in law enforcement or in child welfare. That's not where we want them. That doesn't help them heal. At least I don't believe so. And that is not the purpose, again, of this whole collaborative management program. So, again, I haven't heard anybody in this room say that we don't disagree with you on what I believe is your goal, is to keep children out of the juvenile justice system. There are certain children that should not be going there. I think we can all agree on that. Maybe there are some that should be. And apparently with the carve-outs, sounds like we can probably agree on that. But to find a better way so that these kids are given the best opportunity they can, I think we can all agree on that. Whether they're 10, 11, 12, 13, or 14, or whatever age, I think we can all agree on that. I think what we're disagreeing on is where we're trying to push them into. My experience, again, from an elected official, from a county commissioner perspective, understanding the child welfare system, understanding what it takes for a dependency and neglect case, understanding, knowing at some points, and being criticized for this in the county, that there are some points where children need to be taken out of their home and parental rights need to be severed. Yeah, that happens. That's a really hard and tough decision to get to, but sometimes yes. But then that child gets into a foster care system, into a child welfare system, and that is not a great location for them either. Even though we just had, this is foster care month. And I know foster parents. And like I said, I think they're miracle workers. They're trying to find forever homes or safe homes for these children that were abused and neglected. So I don't know that trying to take kids from the juvenile system and moving over to the child welfare system is the best idea either. And that's why I'm saying, let's take a time out. I mean, you've essentially put a time out in your bill, but let's not force it that it has to go to collaborative management. Perhaps there's something else, someplace else it would go. If we don't like the criminal justice, the CCJJ, perhaps there's something else that when you put all the right minds together in a room and you start talking about it and you say, these are our goals, now how do we start getting there that is in the best interest of that child, whether they are the victim or the one doing the offending. I think that's where we start getting the ideas of how do we create the right system? How do we create the right process for that child? I don't think taking them out of juvenile justice system and putting them in what would essentially be a child welfare system helps anybody. And I definitely don't think that we should be saying to collaborative management programs, let's put victims in here too. I think that's confusing for that child that was the victim, that all of a sudden they're over here in what is a preventive program to prevent kids from being abused and neglected and going into the child welfare system. So for those reasons, I'm a no on this amendment. I appreciate what you're trying to do. There's got to be something better. Do I know what it is? I don't. If I did, I would tell you. But there's got to be something better than to say to victims, we're going to put you in a program that was meant to prevent kids from getting into the child welfare system. So I would ask for a no vote on this.
Sarah Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in the 7th hour of this discussion, this incredibly, for a victim, I am a victim of a violent crime. I am the parent of a child from a victim of a violent crime. And for 7 hours sitting and listening to this heartbreaking, gut-wrenching, frustrating, confusing conversation, what I can say from my personal experience, and it is so different from what any of these people that we are going to be talking about. I mean, I can't even understand most of the time what's being said in here on this topic. But set me down over on the side there with a 12-year-old who's been victimized, especially one that maybe was shot at or was in an event where shots were fired. The two of us are definitely going to connect. The two of us are going to be able to understand what we're feeling and where we're headed. In my case, as soon as I walked in to Aurora Central, I had someone with me. These people don't get someone with them. We had 3 victim advocates on call to us whenever we wanted them. I would be surprised if people who are impacted by some of the crimes that we're talking about and laying out, the ability for them to get someone to sit down and talk to them is remote at best. I had 5 lawyers who I could call at any time, and they would stop what they were doing and give me the full breakdown as to where things were going. We had a lawyer who was specifically put together for victims. That was her title. She talked to us about everything. We had Zoom calls before they were even fashionable, like they are now. We would get in there and we would talk with her for hours. We could individually talk to her. And we all looked at one another and that this is my lawyer. This is who's helping me through all of this. And then come down to it, on the Sunday after Alex was murdered, the President of the United States came to Aurora. And the 12 families who were impacted were all in a room. And he came in with the governor. He came in with the mayor. And we waited as he came around and spoke to each of us. And to each and every one of us, he expressed the condolences from him and his family and from the people of the United States of America. At that point, we knew that we had support from everybody and everybody was out there looking for us. That's not what's happening to any of these people. It should. I think anybody who's been through the stuff like we've been through, or even more horrendous things that we've been through, should have those kinds of access. As I sat there with the president, with my mom and my daughter, and we were showing him pictures of Alex and graduation pictures and wedding pictures. I gave him, my mom had a button that had a mirror on the back, like a compact mirror, and had Alex and Megan as babies. And I showed that to him, and I gave that to him and told him I knew that he probably never had to spruce up his makeup or anything, but maybe that Michelle had, and that maybe she would like that, and I gave that to him. And when the last things that he said to me is that he said, Tom, he said, when I walk out of this group, a staff member will come over and will give you a card. And on that card is a phone number into my office. And if there is ever anything that I can do for you or your family pertaining to what happened to Alex, you call me. And I will get somebody working on that. And as soon as the president got up and he walked away, guy came right in. Here it is. I've got that index card, White House logos on it, phone number, name on it. That card sat on my dresser for 8 years, right next to the picture of me and Alex. And these people, although they're deserving of those kinds of things, they don't get that. But what they do get is, my understanding, something like this. They're getting an opportunity for someone to help them, to answer some questions. Because, by God, I mean, when this happened to us, I had no answers. I looked for people who would have answers, who had been through this, like what we're going through, and you can't find them. And so what do? Terry and I sit in the bedroom and talk. I sit in the backyard and smoke cigars and try to figure out what in the hell is going on. Where am I going from this? And here's an opportunity, which might not be the perfect place for someone to stop and have a conversation, but it is something. And to think that, oh, you know what? Maybe they should just go ahead and go to their private doctor on their own. Oh, okay, there we go. We've been victimized once. We're going to be financially victimized now some more. We're going to have to go out and find ourselves a doctor, and we're going to have to take time off, and we're going to have to go around, and we're going to have to wait. Because the program that we have here might not be the right one. But it's certainly better than what we were going to do, and that's what we were going to do is our sons or daughter were going to stay in their room, and we were going to come in and check on them every couple of hours and find out what game they're playing, what movie they've been watching, who they've been talking to, instead of getting them to somebody who has been through this and has a little bit better understanding than I do. I mean, I know we've still got more to go in on this, but again, sitting there and listening to people talk about victims. And I mean, I sat here before and I heard the comments about there is no victim after a murder. If you honestly believe anything like that, that this whole process is incomprehensible to you. I mean, there were 300 kids in that movie theater. Would they connect 8 to 10 to each one of those? There are over 4,000 victims from the Aurora Theater massacre. That's not everybody who was just in there. It's everybody that they've connected to. I mean, I wish that Alex had asked me to go with him, so they would have killed me instead, because he would have been better at this. He would have been better getting through this kind of stuff than I am. Because whoever that guy was, that was Alex's father, at that point in time, got buried with him. This is a completely different person. And I need help to try to figure out how to get through each of these things. And sitting there, I'm listening, and my heart continues to break. And I can do this on my own. I can get misplaced. I can take a random thought and sit there and start crying, because that's just the way. Or I can sit there and just become so angry. And then there's those moments when the anger turns to tears. That's a whole different place that you've ever been. I can do that stuff on my own. But in this particular thing, the topic we're talking about right now, it's trying to find something for these victims to get to and talk to and know somebody who understands it. And it might not be the perfect one, but sure as heck is better than what their alternatives were. It certainly is better than making mom and dad or grandma and grandpa take care of them and trying to figure out. And a lot of times what's going to happen there is they're going to get nothing. They're going to get absolutely nothing because mom and dad can't afford it. We will figure out something else will come. Maybe they'll call us and there'll be another program that maybe is a little bit better for us. We'll talk about the bill overall. You need to keep continuing to talk about the victims. You're not doing that enough. They are a major part in all of this, and this impacts them forever. Forever. In every waking moment of their days. I know the senator made a joke about us starting on this conversation at 9:30 in the morning. We're talking rape. We're talking murder. I mean, these are some horrible things. I wake up at 6 o'clock. That's what I'm thinking about. That's what I've thought about the night before. And how do I get through this? Is it going to be any better today than it was yesterday? Hopefully the medication is kicking in a little bit better. The deep breaths seem to work. Can't find anybody to talk to about it because it's hard for someone to understand someone who's been through. I mean, they've got people to talk about victimization and how you can do that, but then compound on it this job here that I have. I can't spend, I get 45 minutes with these people. I can't spend 35 minutes trying to explain to them my frustration over cow amendments and why I have to vote on them. Okay? I need help with other things. And I need them to understand the whole process that I'm doing here to be able to have the conversation to help me to get through the stuff that we're doing. That's a whole nother thing. I think this is we don't want to stop. I don't know what the saying is, the good for the perfect. I think this is good, and I think a lot of people could benefit from this kind of conversation. I mean, they certainly can. They benefit from any kind of conversation, and once you've been in this victim space, that's who we connect with. Again, I could sit down with a 12-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 15-year-old who's been in a similar situation to what Alex went through and all of his friends, and we'd have an understanding. So that's who you need to get them to talk to. Thank you.
Senator Pilton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I rise in opposition to this amendment, and I want to first start off by saying to the sponsors that I realize this is tough. You know, when I first started working on the behavioral health system in my community, that was tough. But some of our communities, like my district, I have 3 counties that don't have COPs or CMPs. And the CMPs that we do have, we're overloaded with child welfare as it is right now. I think when I came in here and was talking about another bill, I think I alluded to our child welfare system. We had 68 kids taken from their families due to drugs. And it was hard in our county to be able to find those services for those kids. And adding to it with the CMPs, it's just going to overload us with what we already have. But I don't want to diminish the fact that the sponsors are trying to find a solution, because I think that trying to find a solution, it could probably get us there someday, but just not with this right now. And I do appreciate you guys bringing this up, bringing this amendment. I appreciate the fact that that there's a lot of language in here that talks about victims and talks about trying to move people away from the juvenile justice system. I appreciate that. Just in my community, in Senate District 1, we already have a very tough time dealing with child welfare as it is. And I really respect the fact that the good senator from Weld County talked about that. The good senator from Weld County actually put me on the Child Welfare Allocation Committee when I was a commissioner, which I learned more and more and more about child welfare. And it's just a really tough issue. But I want to thank you guys, thank the sponsors for coming up there and trying to find a solution. I just don't think this is it. So thank you, and I rise in opposition to Amendment L162.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too rise in opposition to L162. I know that there's been discussion about victims. I'm still going to save that for when we're talking about the bill, because that's not in the, I don't see it really in black and white here, a little bit about who are victims, the children. But one of the things I'm wondering about, since you want them to go to these CMPs, is the district attorneys have also said there's really no expertise or track record for CMPs and child welfare services for this population of offenders. So I just wonder if that's really the right approach. You know, I'm not an expert in this area, but there's a lot of things that the Colorado Victim Rights Act currently does, and there's a lot of things that this particular bill does not address. But the fact that there's no expertise in a CMP for what is going on in this particular situation would give me a reason to say no to L162.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise because I want to speak a little bit about what we see reflected in the text of 162, how that works currently, what we learned during the task force that took place over the past year, that then led to what we are now considering here in 1249, and how 162 seeks to shift and update that process. Currently, when a juvenile, when a young person is charged with an offense and finds themselves navigating the juvenile justice system, they are often also referred for treatment, referred to different agencies. One, what we learned, and the same was true currently for victims of offenses committed by juveniles. That is current practice, that is current statute. The work of the task force was to outline what exists, regardless of the referral process, regardless of whether you are able to access those services through solely the justice system or through a behavioral health system or through a child welfare system or through an educational system. And 1249 seeks to charge the collaborative management programs with being the hub to direct individuals for the services, as opposed to having to be charged under the juvenile justice system and then get referred out. What 169 seeks to do is to outline a process for how agencies or entities other than law enforcement will refer children 10 years of age or older but under 13 years of age, and children under 18 years of age who are victims of the alleged conduct of a child 10 years or older but under 13 years of age, to the local collaborative management program. Why are we talking about that? Why does that matter? Because I think each and every one of us, from our respective positions, whether we hone in more on the behavioral health side, on the education side, on the criminal legal system side, on the health provision side, understand and recognize that there are differences when you are treating adults than when you're treating children. Those of us who work with children, those of us who have children, those of us who were once children, recognize that there is tremendous difference from birth through 3 to 5, these different age groups. And that the needs, just from a pure brain development perspective, both for victims and for children who have been charged with or convicted of committing these offenses, that just brain development is different from for a 7-year-old than a 10-year-old, than a 13-year-old, than an 18-year-old. 162 seeks to acknowledge that nuance and outlines a process, creates a process. And you know what? Oftentimes, because, and what we learned in the task force on 1131, which was last year's bill that you now see brought forward as 1249, what we learned in that task force is that often there is great work happening in the behavioral health system that maybe isn't connected to the great work happening in the education system, that there's great work happening in the child welfare system that maybe isn't connected to the work happening in the criminal legal system, but that in communities that have these collaborative management programs to act as a hub to get children the resources that they need in the most direct manner possible, that's really the spirit and intent of this amendment. I rise in support of 162. I ask for an aye vote. And I'm grateful that we have been able to hone in on what we're actually talking about here. Thank you.
Sarah Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to share a couple of observations about Amendment 162 from Title 24, Article 1.9, which is creation of the collaborative management of multi-agency services provided to children and families. The legislative declaration, the General Assembly hereby finds that children and families often benefit from treatment and services that involve multiple agencies, divisions, units, and sections of departments at the state and county level. I'll only read one more paragraph. The General Assembly further finds that the development of a uniform system of collaborative management is necessary for agencies at the state and county levels to effectively and efficiently collaborate to share resources or to manage and integrate the treatment and services provided to children and families who would benefit from multi-agency services. Keeping kids out of the criminal justice system, I would argue, is a benefit that the CMPs actually do provide. I'll also highlight from a review commissioned by DHS about the effectiveness of CMPs, a 2019 review. The term juvenile justice appears 91 times on the 2019 CMP evaluation. It finds that, quote, for CMP clients involved with the juvenile justice system, the program had high levels of success in preventing future involvement with the juvenile justice system. CMPs absolutely currently serve these kids and are successful in doing so.
Sarah Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, let's not forget the rest of the statute and why CMPs were actually formed in 2004. Identification of services and funding sources. The Memorandum of Understanding must specify the legal responsibilities and funding sources of each party to the Memorandum of Understanding, as those responsibilities and funding sources relate to children and families who would benefit from integrated services. Yes, you're going to see integrated services throughout this whole statute. You're going to hear about integrated services in collaborative management. You're going to hear about multi-agency services. Specific services that may be provided may include, but are not limited to, prevention, intervention, and treatment services, family preservation services, family stabilization services, out-of-home placement services, services for children at imminent risk of out-of-home placement, probation services, services for children with behavioral or mental health disorders, public assistance services, medical assistance services, child welfare services, and any additional services the parties deem necessary to identify. Definition of the population to be served. The memorandum of understanding must include a functional definition of children and families who would benefit from integrated multi-agency services. Sounds pretty broad. The collaborative management program target population consists of at-risk children and youth from birth to 21, or families or children of youth who would benefit from a multi-system integrated service plan that may include prevention, intervention, and treatment services. This is all in Title 24. It also talks about who develops the collaborative management program and who pulls these people together. It doesn't say the juvenile justice system does. It doesn't say the judicial district does. It doesn't say law enforcement does. It doesn't say the sheriff or any other law enforcement type agency or judicial district. It says the department, county departments of human or social services may enter into a memorandum of understanding. And if you enter into a memorandum of understanding, you have to get these mandatory partners included so that we can deal with at-risk children. At-risk children, not victims of a crime. Even though, as I said earlier, it's important for children or for anyone that is a victim of a crime to be able to get to victim services. Absolutely important. Problem with your bill is law enforcement isn't doing an investigation. They're filling out a form. We're not getting to people who are probably victims, are actually going to be victims, or get to avail themselves of any victim services that are provided by the state or by counties or by whomever. Public funding, we're not getting there. So again, the collaborative management process and the system, it is in the human services realm. And it is about preventing children from getting farther into the child welfare system. Children that are high risk, that are at-risk children. That's the targeted population. At risk of entering the child welfare system because they've been abused or neglected. The judicial system's part of this has to do with the dependency and neglect portion. That's where collaborative management comes in. We are trying to ensure that parents and children stay unified. Not that children are taken out of the home, given over to kinship care, or put into foster placement. That's what collaborative management is about. That's what this program is about. That's where we've seen these successes in this program. And when it says in here, identification of services and funding sources, the first line in the Memorandum of Understanding is they have to specify their legal responsibilities to these at-risk children and youth. That's why the Department of Human Services starts it off. That's why judicial is involved, because there are certain services, responsibilities that they have. And yes, they're judicial. There's things like guardian ad litems. There's dependency and neglect cases. And we're trying to make sure that these families, parents, kids don't end up in a dependency and neglect case. We're trying to make sure that children who are abused or neglected are being served in a very preventive way, that we're working with the families. We're trying to ensure that we're not taking children out of their family unit, out of their home, And in some cases, you still have to, even if it's for temporary means. But you bring the family and the child together and get them these integrated services so that they can stay unified and they don't end up in the child welfare system, in foster care, out of home, out of their home, out of home placements. So when it talks about each party talks about their legal responsibility and funding sources, do you know who brings the money to the table? It's the County Department of Human Services through the State Department of Human Services, who invests money in this preventive process that, yes, there's the possibility of treatment being provided, because the other funding sources that come to the table are the mental health agencies who have Medicaid, who are bringing Medicaid to the table. So you have to be Medicaid eligible to be able to receive those services. And just because you want the victims to come here, because it sounds like a great place to come, we're right back to legal responsibilities and funding sources. So why I think it's a great idea that you want to try and get as much services for victims that you can, unless those victims are eligible for Medicaid or they are subject to abuse and neglect, which is not what they are. That's a problem. You're trying to reshape the collaborative management program into what you want it to be, because you don't want kids going into the juvenile justice system. Just go start over. Just start from scratch. Develop the program the way you truly want it to be. Stop tying the hands of law enforcement and telling them they can't even do an investigation. Law enforcement's supposed to fill out a form. You're eliminating victims, even though there really are victims. But you're eliminating people from being able to get victim resources, those people who walk beside them. So this is not a good idea. We have a program that's working. Counties, if it's able to make it work in their areas, they've gone out, they've reached out to these mandatory partners, they've reached out to other community partners and said, let's come together, let's put our arms around these kids, and let's figure out how we make sure that they don't become foster kids and get put into the system. Let's figure out how we make sure that families come together and we stop this generational deal of where kids end up in the system, the child welfare system. That is what the collaborative management program is about. It's a great program. It is not about victims of a crime, maybe, that law enforcement can't even investigate, essentially. So, again, I'm asking you, don't change this system, don't change this program at the expense of the kids that we are trying to prevent from entering the child welfare system. You've picked the wrong program. I don't know what the program is. That's why I'm thinking maybe take a break. Back up. Bring the right people together. Figure out what the program needs to be. Because while we are getting through your amendments, we have not even gotten to the opponent's amendments. And while I've explained it a few times now, you cannot compel a Board of County Commissioners, you cannot mandate them, compel them to sign an agreement. Doesn't work that way. So I don't know how any of your stuff is going to work in relationship to the collaborative management program, because you cannot do that. Boards of County Commissioners do not have to go sign a memorandum of understanding because a legislature said, we want you to do that. If you want to mandate what's in a memorandum that they do sign, fine. You can do that. You can say, we're not going to give you those incentive dollars. We're not going to give you those dollars that typically go to the child welfare system, to the child welfare block, to the 4E waiver program, to the program 3 area. We're not going to give you those dollars that are tied to a plan that says you're going to have these performance standards, these measurements, to ensure that kids don't get into this system. To ensure that kids, because they're truant from school, because their home life maybe isn't as best as it could, and maybe on the verge of being maybe neglectful. So they don't end up in court in a dependency and neglect case. Don't wreck the system that we took so long to get in place to make it work. Don't change the system, this program. You want to change the system somewhere else and find victim services? Let's go look for it. You want to create a program that keeps kids out of juvenile justice system? Let's go create it. That is not this program. Don't do that at the expense of kids that we are trying to prevent them from entering into a child welfare system. Kids that we are trying to ensure that they are unified with their families. Don't do it. This amendment does not belong here. So I urge a no vote on this amendment, L-162.
The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L-162. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. L-162 is adopted. And we have an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 163?
Amendment L163 by
Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move L163.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment removes mandatory reporters from the list of referring entities and statutes, so it doesn't suggest the mandatory reporters must refer to CMPs or that it would replace their duty to report to the Department of Human Services. Once again, it strikes mandatory reporters from the list of referring entities, and we ask for an aye vote.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. And the Senate is back from our senatorial 5. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of L163 to House Bill 1249, in that it will clarify what the processes are and eliminate any confusion in regards to mandatory reporters. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we have before us adoption of Amendment 163. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. And Amendment 163 is adopted. And we have another amendment coming to the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 158?
Amendment L158 by Senator
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move L158.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, L158, we are running this amendment to improve access to behavioral health services for these kids. Ultimately, this amendment includes children identified on the information form who are referred to as CMP for services as a priority population for our behavioral health system. It also includes CMPs in the list of local entities that behavioral health organizations should collaborate with and deliver coordinated care. Members, as you know, many of the kids in this age group likely fall under existing categories of priority populations for the BHA, such as being uninsured or underinsured, Medicaid eligible, and publicly insured. And behavioral health organizations are already mandatory partners with CMPs. Therefore, these amendments should not create any new fiscal or administrative obligations for the BHA or the BHA SOs. Again, L158 simply strengthens collaboration between CMPs and behavioral health organizations, and we ask for an aye vote on L158.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I went through the bill earlier and I pulled my volumes of the Colorado Revised Statute that were affected by this bill. I didn't see Title 27. Maybe I overlooked it, but now we have a new title, the behavioral health title. So we start doing in this bill, we do Title 16, Title 17, Title 18, Title 19, Title 24. If you want to know what the bill does, you know, and what it's going to affect and how it's going to change things, you've got to get a stack of books about like that. And here's one more. So what we're going to do, we're going to have a new section 34, 35, and 36 and renumber sections accordingly. And we're going to amend the definition of priority populations, unless the context otherwise requires, which is pretty interesting. So 2750-101, we go in there, and 2750-101 et sec is about the new BHA. I'm sure you're all familiar with the BHA. When I ran legislation creating the BHA, the senator from Parker was resistant to that. He said he was afraid that I was going to be creating a whole new bureaucracy, and I told him that I'd been told otherwise, and I really believed otherwise. Pains me to say that the senator from Parker was absolutely right. So now we're going to invoke this whole new bureaucracy we have, and we're going to change definitions there. So priority populations will means people who are, and this is definition 17A. People who are what? Uninsured under, this is what the section itself says above all of this that gets added. It says, so people uninsured, underinsured, Medicaid eligible, public insured, or whose income is below thresholds established by the BHA. Okay, and right now, so those people have to be both things, uninsured, underinsured. Presenting with acute or chronic behavioral needs, including but not limited to individuals who have been determined incompetent to stand trial, adults with serious mental illness, children and youth with serious emotional disturbance, and children identified on the information form for children under 13 years of age created in section 24.1.9. 102.7, this is the collaborative management program, who are referred to a local collaborative management program for services. That probably makes sense. They become a BHA priority population. Then we invoke this, 2750-403. So we go back here, and part 4, which is invoked, is the Behavioral Health Administrative Services Organizations. I'll spare you the definition on that, but we've got 403. That runs for pages and pages, and then you get to sub 2. Got to keep looking. Got to keep looking to find sub 2. Okay. A behavioral health administrative services organization shall, it tells them what they have to do: proactively engage hard to serve individuals, implement trauma-informed care practices, and right now they require collaboration with all local law enforcement and county agencies in the service area, including county departments of Human or Social Services, and local collaborative management programs within the service area. Well, okay, I guess we tell them what they should be doing. One thing about organizations in the government, I hire a lot of people over the years, and they had a particular specialty and so forth, and so they probably had a job description, but I didn't tell them how to do their job because they knew how to do their job. One of the things about government is we've got to go into the Behavioral Health Administration, and then we have to go into Behavioral Administrative Services organizations and tell them that they're going to have to be thinking about the local collaborative management program, which is, by the way, involves the County Department of Human or Social Services already, but we got people in on the act. 2750-404. This is the care, coordination, responsibilities of behavioral health administrative services organizations in coordination with managed care entities. So sub 3 there, 2754 sub 3. Right now it says a behavioral health administrative services organization shall ensure care coordination services through its network and include local partners when appropriate, such as counties and school districts. So now we're going to add local CMPs. Okay. Mainly this amendment, which I've just seen for the first time and had to analyze with you and take the time to do to make sure that it was not doing anything untoward, only points out that here we are on seconds, I think the second or third round of seconds in the second chamber, adding things over in BHA so that BHA knows that they're supposed to be working with collaborative management programs. Okay, I don't need to urge a resounding aye. I just want to say, nice to catch up with the drafting of what your bill ought to do on second reading in the second chamber.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 158? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 158. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment 158 is passed. And there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 153?
Amendment L153 by Senator Coleman, amend re-engrossed bill.
Senator
page
Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move L153.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a technical edit striking language that makes it optional for counties to access the CMP. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
I'm sorry, I don't have the bill in front of me. Page 22. All right, page 22, line 23. Strike interested. So my understanding is, if I may ask a question then, from what was stated, is that interested county departments, if they're not, so they don't have to, no. Memorandums of understanding entered into pursuant to this section must be between county departments of human services and local representatives. And so the idea behind this is to strike that counties are not mandated now to join a MOU. Because up in line 17, you have the word shall, which is what I've been talking about, that local representatives of each agency specified in 1A and county departments of human or social services shall enter into a memorandum of understanding. And so all this is saying is the memorandums of understanding entered into pursuant to this subsection 1 must be between county departments of human services and local representatives of all those agencies I've listed off a few times. So we're striking the word interested, and I guess I'm not understanding what it does.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe it just removes the ambiguity that, as you pointed out earlier in there, it says they shall participate, and then by including interested, I think it infers that it's optional. That makes it takes the mandate clear. To me, that's what it does. It removes some level of ambiguity that said earlier in the paragraph it says you shall, and then later in the paragraph it says, in existing language says, if you're interested. I think that's what it's intended to do.
Senator Gardner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I guess we're going to clean up the bill in this on seconds in the second chamber, not in the first chamber, first committee hearing, not in the on seconds in the first chamber, not in committee on the second chamber. We're going to clean it up on seconds in the second chamber. And if it was one thing, we do that all the time, and it happens on thirds even, but we have a whole series of these things. But this amendment is a perfect opportunity. What it does, right now the bill has Section 23. Section 23 is a core piece of the bill. It goes to the heart of something that I actually think is very good in the bill, and we could strike everything around Section 23 and the things that go with 23, and then add about $50 million, and we'd have a pretty good bill. I don't know where we'd find $50 million. Well, I have some ideas, but I'm not sure. Others would probably just want to take it out of K-12. This paragraph says local, and this is the original language, at 24.1.9.102, and 24.1.9 is about collaborative management programs. Local representatives of each of the agencies specified in this subsection 1A, I'm going to have to get 1.2 and get the pieces of 1A that have these agencies, because we keep referring to them, and county departments of human or social services. And right now, as we stand here today without the passage of 1249, it says they may enter into memorandums, and every time I see memorandums, it's memoranda of understanding that are designed to promote a collaborative system of local level interagency oversight groups and individualized service and support teams, those are ISSTs, to coordinate and manage the provision of services to children and families who could benefit from integrated multi-agency services. The memorandums of understanding entered into pursuant to this subsection 1 must be between, and here we get to where the amendment affects. It says, must be between interested county departments of human or social services and local representatives of each of the following agencies or entities. And then the language drops out because it's not modified, and it's always very confusing, but that's the way we do that here. Before, and as we stand here today, prior to the passage of the bill, the word interested was there. So if your county department didn't want to have a collaborative management program, they didn't have to. And a lot do. But I take it a lot don't. And the removal of the word interested is, I guess people are afraid that if we left interested there, somehow it would be ambiguous. I have a hard time figuring out why it's ambiguous. It says they shall enter into memorandums of understanding, and it was changed from may to shall. That's pretty clear. I'd have to say they're interested for sure now. Once you tell them they have to, they're interested. But now we don't have to put in interested, because whether they're interested or not, or whether they want to be or don't want to be interested, they're going to have to do this. Lot to talk about in this part of the bill, starting, I put a mark above Section 23 to talk about it later this afternoon, because there's a lot in there to digest, and with this amendment, it makes it clear. It removes the arguable, I wouldn't say highly arguable, marginally arguable case that maybe this doesn't mean all counties, but I think it's pretty clear without this amendment that it does. The expense to those counties of this paragraph and the amendment, which makes it clear now, is phenomenally large. It may be that it is an expense that we must incur, because I have heard over and over again that the juvenile justice system is not up to the task here, and I agree with that. Not because the juvenile justice system does not have an important role and is operating best alongside a collaborative management program, but it is clear that we need larger investment and that all counties need to have the program. And that part of this bill that this amendment refers to is a part of the bill that I could really get behind. If we did only that and we did the money that was associated with that for the counties to ensure that the services are there, then I could be an aye vote. People have been asking me, well, you know, what would it take? It would take creating real collaborative management programs alongside the juvenile justice system to provide the services that are needed in the social services context. And that would be ideal. For those who say they want changes in this system, we ought to set this bill aside. We ought to do some study, but I'm not even a fan of studies. I will talk to that later, but it seems to me that everybody believes in the collaborative management program, but we had an amendment just a little bit ago that implicitly admitted that there were limited resources. If you want to have a fight down here in the well, or you want to have a fight in the General Assembly, you want to arm wrestle, and I don't mean in the literal sense, but sort of in the figurative sense with your colleagues, arm wrestle with them over the tens of millions of dollars that we need to appropriate for collaborative management programs and to provide the services throughout the state. But if you do that, be prepared. Be prepared for counties to come in and say, you can give me all the money in the world, and that won't give me a provider in La Vida. That won't give me a provider in Burlington. That won't create a bunch of providers in Cheyenne Wells. I mean, that's a longer-term solution. You can't just throw money at it. So, 153, I guess it removes an ambiguity. Somebody was going to lose sleep over it if we didn't pass it. I don't urge an aye vote. I just wonder why we didn't catch it when we drafted it the first time, since that's the core paragraph for the collaborative management program in this bill.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in one section, or in a sentence up above, we say, the county departments shall enter into we changed a may to a shall enter into memorandums of understanding that are designed to promote collaborative systems. And now we're taking out the word interested. So memorandums of understanding entered into pursuant to this section, which says you have to enter into it as a county, you shall enter into a memorandum of understanding, must be between county departments of human services and local representatives of each of the following agencies. And I've read those off, but in case you forgot, they must be, so these are what I keep talking to as the mandatory partners, must be the local judicial districts, including probation, the health department, whether it's the county or the district public health agency, local school district, each comprehensive behavioral health safety net provider, each behavioral health administrative service organization, the Division of Youth Services, a designated managed service organization for the provision of treatment services for alcohol and drug abuse, a domestic violence program as defined in a different section of statute, if representation from such program is available. Then the statute goes on to say, in addition, you can add other people to your CMP, which you could do anyways. You could add other community members, other people who provide services, who want to bring their services and their resources to the table. You could provide, they could be part of your collaborative management program as well. Part of that wraparound services that I've been talking about. So that you have the whole community engaged in trying to ensure the kids don't enter into the child welfare system. What is fundamentally wrong with this whole section is where you change the may to shall. When you say that a county department of human services shall enter into a memorandum of understanding. As I explained earlier, of course it was a few days ago, but as I explained, a county department of human services can't enter into a memorandum of understanding unless the Board of County Commissioners gives them direction and authority to do so. So essentially it's done at the authority of the Board of County Commissioners. There may be instances where they delegate their authority, but again, it cannot be entered into unless the Board of County Commissioners say that the county, regardless if it's the Department of Human Services, the Department of Health, the Planning Department, Public Works Department, any of those departments, they can't enter into a memorandum of understanding unless the Board of County Commissioners agrees to it, unless the Board of County Commissioners authorizes it. The state cannot compel a Board of County Commissioners to sign any agreement. I can give you examples of where the state has tried to do that, and it can't happen because the state does not oversee, they are not the fiduciary responsibility or the authority for the administrator of contracts for the county. That would just be the Board of County Commissioners. So unless the Board of County Commissioners gives authority or agrees to enter into a memorandum of understanding, there will be no memorandum of understanding. It doesn't matter if you have the word interested in front of county or not. This amendment doesn't do anything. I think the reason it was there before is because it was a may. So if a county is going to enter into it, you need to finish off the rest of this sentence. If the county was going to enter into they wanted to, they were maybe they were going to enter into a memorandum of understanding, that it must be between an interested county, and you would be demonstrating your interest because you were willing to enter into a memorandum of understanding. And they can do that. So if the memorandum of understanding is entered into, so if the county, and this is how the county receives funds, is through this memorandum of understanding, it's a template that is created at the state so that all CMPs have the same process so that they can receive funding from the state to for example, typically the Department of Human Services, whether it's in Weld County or another county, would hire a CMP coordinator with their money to help coordinate all the agencies that are coming together with their resources. So the memorandum of understanding, I mean, this sentence makes perfect sense when you don't have the word shall in there and you have the word may. That a department, so a county, may enter into a memorandum of understanding. It must be between that interested county and those 9 partners that I've listed off now several times. Those agencies, those mandatory agencies, along with the County Department of Human Services, are responsible for putting together a performance plan, for putting together an agreement based off of a template that we get from the State Department of Human Services. They have a whole collaborative management team and division as well. So we get it from them. The group has to agree, and I say has to, because if one member that is a mandatory partner, as deemed by statute, what was agreed upon way back in 2004, if one member of the mandatory partners says it doesn't want to sign an intergovernmental agreement, the effective have veto power. There is no MOU. Because the state will not accept, and there are timelines. There are timelines. I think they used to be like in May. You had to have your plan in, or actually it might have been April. I don't know. It was some timeline in there. You had to have your draft plan that you have to send down to the State Department of Human Services to approve. They have to make sure that you're meeting all the requirements that they deem necessary in an MOU and in a plan. So it's the plan, so that you can receive, you meaning the Department of Human Services for the county, so that the county can receive the funding for the collaborative management program. And because the county is the one who is supposed to effectively bring those mandatory partners together, the county gets the funding. And like I said, in the case of Weld County, I know we hired a CMP coordinator, an individual that would help bring those agencies, those mandatory partners, those people that have to be at the table, or the county cannot get the funding for a coordinator. And if just one of those partners that the state, and the reason I say they're mandatory is because the state mandates to the county that if you want the funds for a coordinator to help coordinate all of these groups, you have to have a memorandum of understanding with each of these partners. They are mandatory for the county to have an MOU with them if you want the money. Because even the State Department of Human Services recognizes that they cannot compel a board of county commissioners to just sign a memorandum of agreement. No one can encumber the Board of County Commissioners through any type of agreement or contract other than the Board of County Commissioners. So that is a fundamental flaw in this legislation, where you have the word shall. And then you take out the word interested. I mean, I don't think it matters if it's in or out. But here's the thing. Those partners that the state has now said to the county, these are mandatory partners. You, county, if you want the money, if you want to try to bring your community together, to wrap their arms around these kids, to ensure that they don't enter into the system, that you start giving them every opportunity you can, that you bring other people to the table, other agencies, other organizations who bring their resources to the table. But if you want this money, county, from the state to try to prevent children from entering into the system, then you have to get an MOU with these individuals, these organizations. these partners that the state is saying to the county are mandatory for the county to have, to get the money, the incentive dollars, for meeting the performance measurements that were in the previous year's plan, because that's what it's all based on. To do that, we're not going to say you have to sign an MOU. We're going to say if you want the money, you'll get an MOU, you'll get an agreement with these partners. If just one of these partners says no, if just one says no, one mandatory partner that the state says you have to have in your MOU, you have to have as part of your CMP, your collaborative management program, if just one of them, if your comprehensive behavioral health safety net provider says no, if the Chief Justice for the Judicial District says no, they don't like your plan, and they try to hold you hostage, essentially, that they're going to make sure you don't get the money unless you put in your plan what I want you to have in the plan. If one of them say no, there is no memorandum of understanding, and there is no collaborative management program. And again, state cannot compel the Board of County Commissioners to enter into any agreements, just like the state cannot compel the Judicial District. They can't tell the Chief Judge of the 19th Judicial District that they have to enter into a mandatory agreement, that they have to enter into a memorandum of understanding. Sorry. They can't tell them that. They can't force that. They can't tell any of the 16 school districts in Weld County that they have to enter into an agreement with the county. The state can't do that. Legislative body doesn't have that authority to do that, to compel another government to enter into a contract. We certainly, as a legislative branch, do not have the authority to compel the judicial branch to enter into an agreement, tell them that they have to sign the agreement regardless. Can't do it. That's what I've been trying to say. The collaborative management program, the success of it, it's all built around volunteers, people who want to be in the program, people who are in organizations that provide services to youth that want to be in the program, not that have to be in the program. Can you imagine if you have to go out into your community and force organizations to be in a partnership with you to serve children? How well do you think that's going to go? But that's what this legislation is trying to do. The collaborative management program is a voluntary program. So if the judicial district doesn't agree to your plan because you didn't sit down and work it out with them and have everybody at the table and say, here's what the plan is, you have no collaborative management program. You're not getting any funding to help hire a coordinator or to possibly provide services. But for the most part, that money that comes from the department doesn't really provide, from the Department of Human Services at the state, doesn't really provide a lot of services. What happens is the county Department of Human Services brings money to the table. The mental health providers, they bring resources and money to the table. Of course, that's only if those children are eligible for Medicaid. They might have other grants, so maybe they might be able to bring some other services to the table. All these other non-for-profit organizations, they bring their services to the table. And typically, they will expect the county, through the Department of Human Services, Child Welfare Division, and the behavioral health providers to help pay for those services, or they may have received grants, and this is part of their mission, part of their non-for-profit, so they may bring some resources to the table, certainly bring those services to the table. But It's a voluntary organization. This bill is trying to turn it into a shall. You shall come together and bring resources together and do all the stuff that we tell you to. Not because you want to, because we're trying to tell you from over here in Denver that you shall do this. And you'll do everything the way we tell you to, even though in the last 20 years, you've been doing just fine without us at the legislature telling you. So the CMP program, it's a voluntary program. It has taken years to develop the necessary relationships and collaboration between agencies to produce a successful collaborative management program. You have to build relationships. You don't do that by going to somebody and saying, hey, you have to sign this memorandum of understanding. We'll tell you what's in the plan. We'll tell you what we're going to do, but you have to be in it. That's not how you build a relationship. That is not how you build a partnership. That is why every partner that the state says is mandatory for the county to get the funding to create a collaborative management program has to be at the table and has to agree to the plan and to the performance outcomes for the next year. And you have to do that by a certain date, and I think it's like May 15th or something. But it's somewhere in there because you have to give the state time enough to be able to get the funds to you for the following year. Forcing outside agencies. By outside agencies, I mean outside of the Department of Human Services. Forcing agencies to participate is not good for the agencies, less likely to lead to success, and is ultimately really probably not good for the children and the youth that we're trying to serve. You have to be at the table. You have to be at the table. Agency is going to say no. We'll be at the table if we choose to, if we think we are actually a partner in the process versus being told what to do. So I think what folks should be thinking about here is what happens if the collaborative management program isn't entered into, isn't started. Because again, you have another section in here. I don't know if you made sure that it doesn't say interested in front of those counties. Nope, it doesn't. But you're trying to mandate that every county has to enter into an agreement to form a collaborative management program. And if all these other agencies say no, there is no program. And then what? You know, most agencies don't really take kindly to either the state or even the county, for that matter, to come to them and tell them you have to be a part of this, you have to sign off. And oh, by the way, there's a whole bunch of requirements in statute that you will have to follow. And we're going to expect you to bring your resources to the table because the state didn't give us any more. So this amendment, it's not really even necessary. It doesn't provide anything other than to say it's still mandatory in the bill. It's still a shell in the bill that you have to. They're trying to say that they can compel a county department or county board of human service or a county board of commissioners to enter into a memorandum of understanding. And no, they can't do that. So this amendment isn't even necessary. I don't know if it's meant to try and make everyone feel good or trying to make sure that what I was saying earlier, that you can't compel a county, whether you say they're interested or not interested. I would assume if they're going to, if before when it was May, if they want to enter into one, that they would be interested. But they don't have to be. So the amendment is not necessary. You can vote yes on the amendment. You can vote no on the amendment. Just vote no on the bill.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L153. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L153. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L153 is adopted. Senatorial 5.
Not yet. There we go. And we're back. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the balance of the special orders calendar lay over until later today.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the special orders second reading of bill calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the calendar will lay over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Aye has it, and we will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please add Senators Danielson and Mullica to the roll? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1249 is amended, House Bill 1190, House Bill 1120 laid over until later in the day and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the cow report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1249 is amended, House Bill 1190, and House Bill 1120 laid over until 5/4/2023, retaining their place on the calendar. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege by the senator from Denver.
The motion is to proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I wanted to take a moment while it's still daylight to make an announcement and take a moment of personal privilege to just invite you all to join us for this celebration we'll be having tomorrow morning for Cinco de Mayo. We will be having at 8 a.m. tomorrow downstairs on the first floor in the West foyer, a gathering just to honor and celebrate folks in the Latino community. We will also be joined by a mariachi from MSU Denver, and we are really excited and wanted to just invite you to join us 8 a.m. tomorrow, first floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we are about to start third reading of bills, so hopefully most of you are present in the chamber. There has been a request to remove the listed bills from the consent calendar, so those will proceed as normal third reading bills.
Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1086?
House Bill 1086, Representatives DeGraff and Joseph, Senators Baisley and Winter F. concerning enactment of the Due Process Asset Forfeiture Act and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the third reading and final passage of House Bill 1086.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1086. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1086 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senator Cutter. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1199?
House Bill 1199, Representatives Froelich and Soper, Senator Winter F., concerning measures to provide additional access to services for victims of sexual assault and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move on third reading and final passage, House Bill 1199.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1199. Are there any no votes on House Bill 1199? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1199 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Smallwood, Exum, Mullica, Zinzinger, Roberts, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B., Hanson, Liston, Gardner, Jaquez Lewis, Gonzalez, Janal, Marchman, Bridges, Mr. Majority Leader, Henriksen, Sullivan, Cutter, Priola, Buckner, Danielson, Pelton R. Will, please add the President. Will the clerk please read? Okay, I'm good. Members, we're just taking a brief break to move the bills that were on consent calendar and the computer over to third reading of bills, and then we will continue with votes on those bills.
Recovery Audit Contractor Program. It was a JBC bill.
And we worked with hospitals to make sure that it's appropriately set up to do what it needs to do.
Okay.
Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1295?
House Bill 1295, Representatives Burton Buckenfield, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning the review of payments made by the Department of Health Care Policy and financing to providers and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1295. Members, this bill requires the Office of the State Auditor to conduct a review of the Department of Health Care Policy and Financing's Recovery Audit Contractor Program.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a JBC bill, members, and we worked with the Hospital Association and other important members and stakeholders to make sure that the bill covers exactly what we're trying to get to. There's a requirement also within this bill that the Healthcare Policy and Finance is required to create a provider advisory group so that we can ensure that those members that are getting the audit have the ability to participate to make sure that they're not being audited unfairly.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1295. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader.
Are you kidding me?
With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1295 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Hansen, Cutter, Buckner. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1307?
House Bill 1307, Representatives Doherty and Soper, Senators Simpson and Rodriguez, concerning enhanced supports for youth who are in detention and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1307 on third reading and final passage. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1307. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, 1307 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Mullica, Smallwood, Gardner, Priola, Buckner, Cutter, Marchman, Kirkmeyer, Exum, Pelton B., Gonzalez, Hansen, Will, Zenzinger, Bridges, Mr. Majority Leader. Liston. Will the clerk please, and Fields, please add Senator Fields as the co-sponsor to 1307. Will the clerk please read House Bill 1297?
House Bill 1297, Representatives Epps and Taggart, Senator Pelton B., concerning prohibiting a corporation from issuing a scrip and bearer form upon the holder surrendering enough scrip to equal a full share.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1297 on third and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1297. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, 1297 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senator Priola. There's always one. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1288?
House Bill 1288, Representatives McCluskey and Amabile, Senator Roberts, concerning fair access to insurance coverage for persons unable to obtain insurance coverage for their real property.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1288 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in support of House Bill 1288. And again, it's one of those topics that's a little bit confusing, but so I wanted to spend just a minute on it if anybody was concerned as to what so many of us in the insurance business are concerned about, which is, hey, this looks like government might be taking over insurance here. What's going on with this bill, and is this really a good thing to have more government intrusion in insurance? But I think for those of us that are in the business, what we're starting to realize is we are potentially in a spot where certain areas of our state might be deemed as uninsurable to traditional admitted insurance companies. An imperfect analogy would be like trying to buy earthquake insurance in California or perhaps flood insurance in New Orleans. or hail insurance in Colorado. I think there's a real risk that citizens across our state might find themselves in a situation where they are unable to insure their property at all. And we're already dealing with the effects of underinsurance. The ledge deck, my favorite part of every bill, the ledge deck discusses a little bit about the Marshall Fire, and we've heard in committee several citizens come to discuss the effects of underinsurance in our state, and hopefully I was vocal about my concerns around that. So my fear is that without action like House Bill 1288, we could end up in a situation where citizens across our state are taxed to create some sort of pooling effect to where citizens would, at least if nothing else, have access to insurance, and not insurance at ridiculous rates. So a couple of things in the bill that I appreciate. One, if you look at your re-engross bill on page 3, lines 15 through 17. If you're thinking about voting no on this bill, especially if you consider yourself conservative, and you look at lines 15 through 17, or yes, 15 through 17, part of what we're looking to do here is to ensure stability in the property insurance market for property located in Colorado, and providing opportunity for private insurance markets to adapt to these changing conditions. To me, that's code for let's give the private market a chance before the government steps in and takes this over. I appreciate that, because we don't often see that in the General Assembly, is government actually taking a step back and saying, you know what, maybe a new government enterprise isn't the right way to solve a problem. So I'm very grateful for the sponsors and the proponents for considering that piece of it. Second, if you look at the bottom of page 5 and most of page 6, talks about a board managing this. There's nothing more frustrating than to go through a list of potential board members and seeing how boards were, at least in my opinion, far too often very slanted in favor of one topic over another, one ideology over another. This board, to me, seems to be very well balanced, and something that I definitely would support. And then finally, when you look at the plans themselves, what the requirements for insurers are on page 8, lines 9 through 23, we talk about rates for a fair plan. So again, we're talking about a citizen that cannot find insurance in the private market from admitted carriers. Then they would be looking to the FAIR Plan, where the rates for these insurance products on the FAIR Plans, A, must not be excessive, inadequate, or unfairly discriminatory. You're probably very tired of hearing me in this spot talk about the fact that far too often government lately has been coming in and requiring inadequate rates, causing insurance companies to leave our state, or contributing to insurance companies leaving our state. This is a bill that right out of the gate says we know that rates need to be adequate. We know that they need to be actuarially sound, so that revenue generated from the premiums is adequate to pay for expected losses, expenses, taxes, reflect the investment income of the plan, and reflect the cost of reinsurance and other capital risk transfer markets. So for those reasons, I think it's a good bill. It's proactive thinking in my mind, because we're not there yet, but I have a hunch that we're pretty close to potentially being in that situation. So for those reasons, I am and encourage you to be an aye vote on House Bill 1288.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1288. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, 1288 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senator Smallwood, Gardner, Will, Mr. Minority Leader, Exum, Liston, Priola, Janal, Buckner, Kirkmeyer, Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1060?
House Bill 1060, Representative Story, Senator Cutter, concerning updates to the Colorado State Forest Service seedling tree nursery and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1060 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1060. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Baisley, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, 1060 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senator Priola, Hawkins Lewis.
Trees for the trees.
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1242?
House Bill 1242, Representative Bazenaker and Joseph, Senator Cutter and Priola, concerning water used in oil and gas operations and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1242 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1242. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood, Mr. Minority Leader, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Gardner, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, 1242 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senator Hawkins Lewis. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1293?
House Bill 1293, Representatives Wiseman and Soper, Senators Gonzalez and Gardner, concerning the adoption of the 2023 recommendations of the Colorado Commission on Criminal and Juvenile Justice regarding felony sentencings and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1293 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1293. Are there any no votes? Senators Pelton B., Pelton R., Van Winkle, Roberts, Mr. Minority Leader. With a vote of 30 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1293 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senator Priola. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1254?
House Bill 1254, Representatives Brown and Mabry, Senator Cutter, concerning the conditions covered under the warranty of habitability for residential premises and in connection therewith specifying a landlord's requirements to remediate a residential premises that is damaged due to an environmental public health event, expanding what constitutes retaliation by a landlord, and describing situations in which a tenant may terminate a lease after the premises has been damaged due to an environmental public health event.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1254 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1254. Are there any no votes? Senators Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1254 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senator Sullivan, Priola, Fields, Hawkins Lewis, Exum, Buckner, will the Hanson, please add Senator Hanson to 1254 as a co-sponsor. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1287?
House Bill 1287, Representatives McCluskey and Lucan, Senator Robertson Will, concerning county's regulatory authority related to short-term rentals of lodging units.
Senator Will.
Mr. President, I move House Bill 23-1287 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1287. Are there any no votes? Senators Liston, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Baisley, Van Winkle, Smallwood. With a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1287 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senator Priola, Senator Hansen. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1303?
House Bill 1303, Representatives Brown and McCluskey, Senators Hansen and Roberts, concerning protections in the event of an insurance company failure.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1303 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we spent a lot of time on this on second, so I just want to remind everybody of the quick plea that I made, but since not everybody was here, even though most of you were here, not everyone was here when we discussed it last time, there will be a time where folks like me are not in this chamber anymore, and when it comes to our responsibility as a body, particularly those who are serving on the audit committee, to encourage you to be asking the right questions of these executive branch departments, divisions that are responsible for really stepping in as regulators, just like we would expect banks to be regulating banks in such a way that we don't have bank failures. We should be expecting the executive branch to be regulating insurance companies in such a way that we are not dealing with insurance company insolvencies. And that is what House Bill 1303 is all about. House Bill 1303, in my opinion, is predicting future insurance company insolvencies and trying to solve the problem of how do we protect Colorado policyholders from unpaid claims because of insurance carrier insolvencies. And again, to be on the record, I am in favor of making sure that Colorado citizens are protected in the event of insurance company insolvencies because they haven't done anything wrong. They've just been paying their monthly premiums, knowing that when they buy an insurance policy from an insurance carrier in our state who has filed rates that have been approved by the executive branch, it's not let the buyer beware. They're buying a product whose rates have been approved by the regulator. When that happens, our citizens should rest comfortably knowing that as long as they live up to their end of the deal, pay their premiums, abide by the terms of the contract, that they shouldn't wake up one day and find out that their insurance company is insolvent and therefore there's no one there to pay these unpaid bills, whether they're property claim bills, liability claim bills, health insurance bills, life insurance bills. So I commend the bill sponsors for addressing the issue. I wish I could say that we were being as proactive with this as we were in the bill we were discussing earlier. This seems to me to almost, this barks and quacks like a rescue package to me, which is why I think 1303 is looking to expand who all needs to be included in plowing money into this guarantee fund to protect our citizens against insolvency. And so again, if you rewind this and think, why are we in this situation in the first place? I think we have to ask, are the regulators doing everything that they can, just like in the FAIR Act that we just discussed? Are the regulators doing everything they can to ensure that insurance companies in our state are presenting our citizens, the policyholders, with actuarially sound, adequate rates so that we don't have to deal with insolvencies in the first place. So that was my plea on seconds. It's my plea again today. Please, colleagues, do ask a lot of questions. Do what you've always done, which is a great job on committees like audit, to make sure that our citizens can rest comfortably that when they're paying their premiums, the insurance company is going to be there and we don't need to deal with insolvencies or therefore an insolvency fund. So thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1303. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood, Rich, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Baisley, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1303 is passed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1285?
House Bill 1285, Representative Valdez, Senator Priola, and Cutter, concerning the requirement that a store use fees collected from single-use bags to purchase certain items for the store.
Senator Cutter.
I move House Bill 1285 for third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1285. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Baisley, Will, Gardner, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Mr. Minority Leader. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1285 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Mullica, Jaquez Lewis, Colker, Gonzalez, Cutter. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1270?
House Bill 1270, Representatives Garcia and Lindsay, Senator Gonzalez, concerning the creation of the Urgent Incident Response Fund for the purpose of reimbursing certain governmental entities for the cost of responding to urgent incidents and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1270 on third reading and final passage.
The motion is the passage of House Bill 1270. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Will, Mr. Minority Leader, Smallwood, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B., Pelton R., Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1270 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Cutter, Priola, Sullivan, Fields, Buckner, Roberts, Danielson, Marchman, Exum. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1255?
House Bill 1255, Representatives Lindstedt and Dixon, Senator Gonzalez, concerning preemption of local regulations limiting the number of building permits used for development.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1255 on third reading and final passage.
The motion is the passage of House Bill 1255. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will for sure, Baisley, Rich, Smallwood, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B., Pelton R., Simpson, Mullica, Gardner, Rodriguez, Zinzinger. With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1255 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Mr. Majority Leader, Henriksen, Priola, Cutter, Winter, Buckner. Will the clerk please read a title to House Bill 1306?
House Bill 1306, Representatives Harrod and Soper, Senators Gardner and Coleman, concerning the use of social media administered by an elected official that is not supported by government resources, and in connection therewith allowing an elected official to restrict or bar an individual from using the social media administered by the elected official for any reason, including attempting to chill the speech of another individual.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move House Bill 1306 on third reading and final passage.
The motion is the passage of House Bill 1306. Is there any discussion? Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I listened to the debate, or listened to the good senator from Colorado Springs, and I have to tell you that I'm going to be a no vote on this, because as a former commissioner that went through COVID and all the stuff that I was accused of on social media, I'm okay with the being criticized, and I'm okay with not blocking anybody. So I appreciate your debate yesterday, good senator from Colorado Springs, but I'm still a no on this one. So thank you.
Senator Co-Prime Gardner.
So, Mr. President, as it turns out, I think the sponsor is permitted unlimited debate and unlimited numbers of time. And this is a marvelous opportunity to spend the afternoon speaking with you about the merits of the social media bill. I likewise don't bother to block anyone. I don't bother much with social media because there's just a bunch of trolls out there, but I do understand that there are whole memes and everything else, notwithstanding, about me that I don't get to block. This is an important bill. I understand why you might well be a no, and I'm not going to use the unlimited debate because I'm eager to go to Senate Judiciary Committee this afternoon, so thank you.
Senator Pelton B., please, next time, just vote no. The motion is the passage of House Bill 1306. Are there any no votes? Senator Pelton B. Senators Will, Roberts, Mullica, Mr. Majority Leader, Hansen, Van Winkle, Rodriguez, and Rodriguez again. Smallwood. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1306 is passed. Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors. Senator Priola. Man. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1215?
House Bill 1215, Representatives Sirota and Basenacre, Senators Mullica and Cutter, concerning limitations on hospital facility fees and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move House Bill 231215 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1215. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1215 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Buckner, Exum, Fields. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 3-0? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 303 lay over until later in the day.
The motion is for Senate Bill 303 to lay over to later on in the day. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 303 will lay over till some point later on in the day. Will the clerk please read the title
I was ready.
of Senate Bill 304?
Senate Bill 304, Senators Hansen and Fenberg, Representatives Marshall and Frizzell, concerning changes to property tax valuation practices and in connection therewith, requiring property tax assessors to consider certain information when valuing real property, requiring certain counties use an alternative protest and appeal procedure in any year of general reassessment of real property that is valued by any LE, and clarifying that data that a property tax assessor is required to provide at the request of a taxpayer must include certain information.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 304 on third reading, and would like to thank my co-sponsor for being here today.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 304. Are there any no votes? Senators Pelton B., Van Winkle, Baisley, Mr. Minority Leader, Will. With a vote, Liston, please add Senator Liston is a no vote on 304. With a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 304 is passed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1304?
House Bill 1304, Representatives McCluskey and Frizzell, Senators Roberts and Exum, concerning modifications to the affordable housing programs created by the voters' approval of Proposition 123.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1304 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1304. Are there any no votes? Senators Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Baisley, Van Winkle, Pelton B., Liston, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 27 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1304 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Bridges, Mullica, Priola, Buckner, consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 16? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 16 lay over until later in the day.
The motion is Senate Bill 16 lay over to later on in the day. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 16 will lay over to later on in the day. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 105?
Senate Bill 105, Senators Danielson and Buckner, Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Bacon, concerning the implementation of measures to ensure equal pay for equal work and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the House concur with the Senate decision.
That the Senate concur with the House.
Oh, did I say that backwards?
We used to be in the House.
I am in the Senate, sorry.
And that is to Senate Bill 105. Senator Buckner, would you like to share or not why you want to concur? Senator Buckner?
No, now that I'm awake. Equal pay bill is really important, and I was one of the original sponsors of this bill when I was in the House of Representatives. And this bill provides mediation process through CDLE to keep people out of court. Also, more back pay to be awarded if someone can prove they were underpaid for longer periods of time. And it also reduces the need to post opportunities by clarifying some types of job changes that don't have to be posted as openings when they really are not. 2021, women working hard still paid only 83% of what men earned. Yes. So it's really important to me that women get equal share of what they should be given for their jobs. There should be transparency and workplace fairness, and we still have more work to do, but I am pleased with the progress we have made, even though we need to make more progress. This is just another step forward, but we still have work to do.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is that the consent concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 105. Are there any no votes? On concurring, Senator Danielson, Marchman, Cutter, Winter, Henriksen, Gonzalez, Fields, Cutter again, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Rodriguez. Nope, don't add Rodriguez, please. Senator Priola. Gonzalez. Lundeen, Mr. Minority Leader. Gardner. Rich. Baisley. Will. Van Winkle. Simpson. Pelton R. Pelton B. Mr. Majority Leader. Liston. Kirkmeyer. Smallwood. With a vote of 12 ayes, 23 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is lost. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of concurrence on Senate Bill 105.
The motion is that the Senate the motions for the reconsideration of concurrence to Senate Bill 105. This requires unanimous consent. That's the first one. There's too many things on this piece of paper. I'm Ron Burgundy. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendment to Senate Bill 105.
The motion that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 105. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 105 motion to concur with House amendments is adopted. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 105.
The motion is a repassage of Senate Bill 105. Are there any no votes? Yes. Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 105 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Exum, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 195 lay over until later in the day.
The motion is for Senate Bill 195 to lay over to later in the day. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 195 will lay over to later today. Would the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 200?
Senate Bill 200, Senator Winter F., Representative Froelich and Herod, concerning the utilization of automated vehicle identification systems for increased traffic law enforcement by certain jurisdictions.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the House concur with amendments made to Senate Bill 200.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 200. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator. It's all good. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 200.
The motion is repassage of Senate Bill 200. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader Gardner, Senators Baisley, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R., Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. Mr. Majority Leader. With the vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 200 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
I gave it local control. No, I didn't. I gave it local.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 159?
Senate Bill 159, Senators Hinrichsen and Pelton B., Representative Bakeson-Acre and Lindsay, concerning the continuation of the Colorado Food Systems Advisory Council and in connection therewith extending the sunset date by 3 years and making an appropriation.
Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 159.
Is there any discussion?
Thank you, Mr. President. In committee, the House entirely reworked the positions on the advisory council and the appointing authorities for said positions. And then on the floor, they changed it back almost exactly as we had it. And it was close enough and there was reasonable enough compromise that we could accept that, and we can ask for concurrence, knowing that in all practicality, in our hearts, they concurred with us first.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 159. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 159 I move it for third and final passage.
Repassage.
Repassage, sorry. Repassage.
There we go.
Thank you.
The motion is repassage of Senate Bill 159. Are there any no votes?
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
With the vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 159 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Janal. Will the clerk please also add Senator Mullica as a co-sponsor and Senator Exum to 159? Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 258?
Senate Bill 258, Senators Buckner and Lundin, Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Bradfield, concerning consolidating duties under the authorization process for Colorado educator preparation programs from the Department of Higher Education to the Department of Education and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the conforming amendments to Senate Bill 258.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 258. Are there any no votes? With a, Senator Hawkins Lewis, do you want to be recorded as a, okay. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for repassage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 258. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 258 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read a title to Senate Bill 255?
Senate Bill 255, Senators Roberts and Will, Representative McCluskey and Catlin, concerning the provision of compensation to people who suffer damages because of gray wolf depredation and in connection therewith, making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 255.
Any discussion?
In the House, they changed one term from landowner to owners of livestock.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 255. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 255.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 255. Are there any no votes? With a howling vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 255 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Go ahead.
Senators Mullica. Will the clerk please read a title to Senate Bill 256?
Senate Bill 256, Senators Will and Roberts, Representatives Lukens and Soper, concerning prerequisites to the management of gray wolves prior to the wolves being reintroduced.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 256.
Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. The amendments that got done in the House on Senate Bill 256 were the result of further conversations with the Department of Natural Resources, cleaned up the legislative declaration, and removed some other provisions of the bill to make it more clear.
The motions that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 256. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 256.
The motion is a repassage of Senate Bill 256. Are there any no votes? Senators Priola, Winter, Cutter, Cutter again. With a vote, and also please add Senator Finberg as a no. Please add the president. With a vote of, Senator Hawk as Lewis, Senator Gonzalez, anyone else? All right, with a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 256 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senator Mullica. Signing the bills.
May 4th, 2023, the President has signed Senate Bills 5, 6, 13, 28, 31, 39, 49, 53, 72, 87, 99, 161, 163, 165, 178, 184, 192, 204, 264, 265, and 284.
Announcements. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, just a notice of how things will go for the rest of the evening. So just shortly here, we will break. The Appropriations Committee will meet. They have 2 bills in their committee, so it shouldn't take too terribly long, knowing the expediency of the Appropriations Committee. So we will break shortly for that. We will then come back to the floor for a special orders calendar for all of the bills from the upon adjournment Appropriations Committee meeting, plus the bills that were referred from this morning. After that, after we complete the special orders calendar, we will then break for committees, and we will not be returning this evening. So I will turn it over to the Chair of Appropriations to go ahead and announce the Appropriations Committee meeting, and then we will be back shortly for special orders.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Appropriations Committee will meet, as I let them know this morning, briefly on adjournment here to hear Senate Bill 306 and House Bill 1284. We are the committee of reference on both. See you shortly across the street.
Members, before we break, will the Senate choir please assemble in the well? Members, today is a very special day because today is Senator Jaquez Lewis's birthday, and also Senator Winter will be celebrating her birthday on Sunday, May 7th. Please join. I mean, we may be here on Sunday. We'll wait for these amazing individuals to find themselves in the middle aisle. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want the Senate chambers to know that I will be channeling my inner Beyonce when I sing today.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
I don't even know what Beyonce is. Ready? Nope. Hey, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, winners. Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you, shower graces on you. May the dear Lord bless you too. May the dear Lord bless you.
Hey. Members, we have one more announcement. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to announce that today is National Day of Prayer. So keep that in mind as we go throughout the rest of the evening, and thank you.
What did you say? What did you say?
It's the National Day of Prayer.
Oh.
Yes, prayer is good, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would encourage everyone to remember that the Apostle Paul encouraged us to pray without ceasing.
Glory. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand in recess until upon adjournment of the Appropriations Committee meeting.
The motion is that the Senate will stand in recess until upon adjournment of Appropriations Committee. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will recess until upon adjournment of Appropriations Committee.